Good morning, good morning, good morning, colleagues. Good morning. Today's a very, very special day right here at the South African Council for the Architectural Profession. We are all about the youth. Today, we're all about the youth, but the program is going to be run by the youth. They've been preparing for days. And I welcome you to our session. I can see that we're having colleagues coming in. Yes, we call each other colleagues these days. There are about 719 people going through the door. My goodness, the number is going up. This is looking good. We are 727 people that are coming in. So if we can just keep letting our colleagues to come in, and then we're going to start our session. The numbers are going up. The numbers are going up. We have 756 now. That's fantastic. In fact, the other day, this morning, the registrar told me that there are about 1,500 applicants that showed interest in wanting to participate today. So that's an exciting number. I hope we can reach somewhere close, but I can tell you, for the fact that we're already sitting at about 700, to me, it's a win. I can tell you that this is a win. You can just see from these numbers that this is just how the youth works. You know, the youth, they push the numbers. I mean, in some of our webinars at SACAP, our numbers usually go up to about 700, but now I can see we're going up to 800. If we can just continue to give the colleagues a moment to come in through the door. Yeah. Well, while we are waiting, I will take this liberty just to welcome our speakers today. We have a couple of very vibrant speakers that are going to be participating and carrying this platform. My name is Letshabisa Shongwe, and I am Vice President here at SACAP, and I've been given the honor to be the program director, though I have a feeling that I'll be directing very little because we have our youth colleagues that have been preparing, and they're going to be carrying the platform for today. The numbers are now at 830. 830. So the colleagues are filtering through. I think this is where we should be having elevator music. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, VP. I've just seen a message from Mr. Munetsi. We have about 2,148 registrants.
Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. Okay. So with these numbers, we can actually decide to lead a movement right now. I mean, they did it in 1976. It was done again in 2015. So we can actually be able to conspire as a group today and maybe lead a movement. Currently, the numbers are at 856 colleagues walking through the door. The time now is about 7 minutes past 10. As our folk are coming in through this huge auditoria, I think we'll wait another minute or two.
Sure, it's happening here, Vice President. It's happening at this place. Look at the numbers.
I know. It is. It really is. It's exciting. Like 871. Yeah, Akil, when you have these kind of numbers and people are coming through to come and participate, you only just hope that you get to use this platform in a meaningful way and be able to share meaning with all your colleagues. The objective is always to uplift the profession, honestly.
Yeah.
There's a funny air going around of negativity, but I always say we got to fight forward. That's the only way. We got to always fight forward. Yes, yeah. And the numbers now are at 881. Yes, you wanted to say something, Akil?
No, for our colleagues. I'm in complete agreement with you there, and I think if you just have a look at the screen with everyone that's here, it's just it's a testament to some of the talent that we have continuously coming through the system, from nominees at the PG Bison. And in fact, what you're seeing on the screen here, if anyone didn't know, is a selection of portfolios of students that actually submitted their work to be showcased at this event.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is
some
poetic.
of them didn't know yet.
That is poetic. No, I love seeing that PG Bison building before. And this is fantastic. It's always lovely to see fresh portfolios from the university. The last time we participated in fresh portfolios from the university like this was like cheapest about 20 years ago. Yes.
We can't
gosh. Yeah, about 20 years ago. Goodness.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, ladies. Age is just a number. Hey, don't worry.
No, I'm not that. In fact, I like it because it's seasons one.
Seasoned.
You know?
Yeah.
Yes.
Seasoned.
Yes. The word. We're at 912, and the time now is about 10 past 10. Goodness. Yeah. The numbers are still increasing. It is.
Hey, also just Vice President, talking about the competitions, you were one of the winners, weren't you?
I was a second place winner at Coralbrick in 2005. Yes, Coralbrick. I was Coralbrick regional winner at Pretoria. Back then, when Pretoria University Pretoria Technikon was still called Pretoria Technikon. Yes, before it was called Tshwane University of Technology. Yes. Yeah, I was regional winner, and then I was second national. So yeah, yes, thank you. Yes.
Well, I think just your experience from there, Vice President, I think it's as you mentioned in previous webinars, I think it's quite inspiring for the youth to see the competitions as an opportunity to tackle difficult problems. And if you win, if you get somewhere, that's just a bonus. And the bonus really does get you to places, but just the fact that you've maybe tackled a challenge that was greater than you might have perceived and put yourself out there, that's already a win in itself. And I guess we'll talk a little bit more about that when we get into it. The numbers are still climbing.
Yes, the numbers are still climbing. No, you're right, Akil. It does help a lot. But I can tell you that it's also not a magic wand. Those that don't win, they also go on to be, hey, that's my surname there, Shongwe. That's my marital surname. We got family up in there. Yes, and those that don't go on to even win some of these awards have gone on to be incredible practitioners in the architectural space. Yeah, so, but they help. Yes, they do. They do. We're still seeing some portfolios. I think now the numbers have kind of tapered off for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think then we can go ahead and start our session. The time now is 12 past 10, and today we're all about the youth.
Okay.
We have Ms. Brenda there. Yes.
Thank you very much, VP. Greetings to our President, Mr. Charles Ndugu. Thank you very much, President, for gracing us with your presence. Vice President, Ms. Letsabisa Shongwe, Councillor Bongela, moderators, speakers, young professionals, students, and all our esteemed guests. My name is Ms. Brenda Phake. I am officially the Stakeholder Relations, Communications, and Marketing Manager here at SACEP. It is both an honor. It is both an honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed program director for today's event, the Vice President of SACEP, Ms. Letsabisa Shongwe. I have been given the important task. We note that the president is in our midst, but in terms of protocol, the president is supposed to introduce the vice president. So it's actually a privilege to present someone of such high caliber and distinguished leadership. Can I please be given a chance to share her profile, and then so that I can represent her very well? I will check the profile and share it now. There we go. I hope it is audible. Is it audible?
Visible.
Very. Yeah, visible. And visible.
Yeah, both,
Okay.
all at the same time.
I can't see it from my side. Just close it. Okay, there we go. Just thank you so much. I'll just go through the profile of our Vice President, Ms. Letsabisa Shongwe. Ms. Letsabisa Shongwe is a distinguished professional architect and the owner of ArcLife Architects, where she is responsible for design and implementation, operating across Gauteng, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal, with extensive experience spanning multiple sectors, including aviation, education, health, and residential project. She brings a wealth of expertise to her role. She made history as the first woman appointed as the president of the South African Council for the Architectural Profession, assuming office in July 2018 during the interim fourth term of the SACEP Council. Under her leadership, SACEP transitioned into a more governable and accountable organization. Ms. Shongwe played a critical role in enhancing stakeholder relations and significantly improving overall professional relations, contributing to the stabilization of SACEP. Ms. Shongwe's career highlights includes serving as the vice president of SACEP during the Fifth Term Council. Her reappointment as the vice president for the Sixth Term Council underscores her continued commitment to advancing SACEP's mission and goals. Her proactive approach and collaborative leadership style have earned her respect among peers and stakeholders. Ms. Shongwe holds a master's degree in architecture, complemented by a bachelor's degree and a national diploma. With over 16 years of dedicated practice, she has gained recognition for her contributions to architectural design and education. Her achievements are notable. Her master's thesis in 2005 earned second place in the esteemed National Coral Brick Award. She also contributed well to the design team for Soccer City Stadium during the FIFA World Cup while employed at Bogerman and Partners. Ms. Shongwe is known for her mentorship, guiding matriculants aspiring to be architects, including 2 who have become professional architects themselves, wow, and a national award winner. She advocates for organizational stability and serves as an internal examiner at multiple universities. Additionally, she contributes expertise to accrediting and validation panels for architecture curriculum in South Africa. I will just go through her key roles and affiliation. Currently, she's the CEO at ArcLife Architects from 2012 to obviously currently. She was the president of South African Council for the Architectural Profession, interim fourth term member of the South African Institute of Architects, member Institute of Directors, South Africa, Deputy President, SACEP sixth term, Chairperson, Professional Fees Committee, SACEP sixth term, Deputy President of SACEP Fifth Term Council, Executive Committee Member, CBE Council of Built Environment, SACEP Fifth Term Council. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure that I will now hand over the proceedings to our esteemed Program Director, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brenda. Thank you for sharing my bio and my journey. I think what always touches me is in that whole bio is that part where I get to participate in the lives of certain youth who find me or I find them, and then they go on to complete. I think that's always a testament of what we all hear about. Thank you so much. So colleagues, as it is, my name is Tabi. Just in short, I'm Tabi, and I'd like to open this day. Today is our youth platform. It's going to mostly run about youth. So we're going to speak a little bit, and then we're going to speak again at the end. So the significance of of coming today will always be coming from our South African history, of the events that took place in 1976, June 16, when the body of young people decided to come together, Black African young people who decided to change the status quo of the times because they were not being listened to, and the status of the time was being forced down their throats. So they came together and they revolted. And that's always a sign of the power of the youth. And it happened again in 2015 with Fees Must Fall. We saw see a wave of students coming together because they believed that they needed to have funded education, free university education. I mean, you find these European countries, they do it. Why can't it be done here? You know, and that's in a way of trying to level a playing field, because some people will never even be able to sniff the inside of a university hall due to their backgrounds. So now it's all about what is our next? What is your next? It's up to the youth. It'll always up to the youth. Right now we have, well, this is the first time I see this. On the participants tab is written 1K. I've never seen a 1K. So I just welcome you and I congratulate you for raising the numbers. This speaks a lot. And just before I introduce our first speaker, I'm just going to take it a little bit to church. Let's take it a little to church, not entirely to church, but my word that I'd like to give you for the day is the word persistence. And I took the liberty to check what persistence means from the Torah. That says the Jewish Bible, you could say. It says our persistence in Hebrew, pronounced histila, changes the world. Just as a rock is slowly changed by the drips of water, so our persistent efforts help shape the world. So it talks about how water can actually carve stone. And then the universe. Persistence is simply the act of pursuing a cause of action with the same action and consistency. When you persist, you'll come to see how the universe is conspiring in your favor. I love that one. And the Quran. The Quran promises those who face difficulty and yet persist on the right path, a double reward shall be given. And the Bible and our God. But when we submit to God's timing and persistence in prayer, we will reap harvest if we don't give up. And then in Hindu, it is common faith among the Hindus to chant the name of Hanuman or sing his hymn, Hanuman Chalisa, Hanuman Chalisa. That is the God of persistence. And then the ancestors, because we went before you and gave rise to you, we are living through you. Your success is our success. Keep walking. You do not walk alone. My good colleagues, I would like to introduce my fine Councillor Singer, Councillor Singalaka Bongela. She is also a council member here at the South African Council of the Architectural Profession. Councillor Singalaka is a registered professional architect who graduated from Nelson Mandela University, Metropolitan University, with her master's in architecture in 2011. She started her architectural career in East London, Eastern Cape, where she gained experience in government infrastructure projects ranging from healthcare, education, sports, recreation projects. She then took her experience overseas, where she worked for an architectural firm in England. She spent She spent some time being an architectural assistant in a large practice, gaining experience in various sectors and areas of practice. Upon her return from England, she was appointed as head of architecture in a multidisciplinary consulting company in Johannesburg, where she completed projects in Gauteng ranging from schools, office buildings, libraries, and clinics. In 2011, she took her skills to the public sector and currently holds the position of chief architect. Yep, she is chief architect right there. Her portfolio in the department is in education infrastructure, where she monitors the design of construction of schools in the province. Her passion is driven by the desire to make a difference in the lives of those less fortunate, and believes architecture is a fundamental tool in effecting the changes. She currently holds a position as a council member here at SECAP. She also co-chairs the committee of CPD, continuous professional development, as well as stakeholder relations. My good colleague, Councillor Singer, please come and welcome our youthful colleagues and give us the purpose of the day.
Thank you, VP, for the intro. Welcome to the youth. It's really a delight that we can engage. Good morning to everyone. I really hope everyone is having a good morning. Thank you for that motivation with a hint of spirituality there, VP. So it's definitely an honor to be part of this platform. I think it's a necessity that SECAP provides a space and opportunity for critical discussions, especially on real conversations that reflect our realities in the architecture profession. So this webinar is a follow-up webinar. We have an annual youth webinar that was initiated in 2021. And these webinars really aim to address the challenges currently faced, especially by our students, our candidate professionals, and the professionals in our architecture industry. Really want to on the ground, what are the challenges, what are they facing, and how we can assist in that. So in today's webinar, we will focus on 3 aspects. One, the adoption of artificial intelligence in both studies and in practice. As we all know, AI is somewhat concretizing itself in our current reality, and how does this impact the practice and the expression of architecture? That's our first focal point. Our second focal point is the current financial outlook on the field. I know finances are really a tough one to navigate, so that will be a focal point for us as well. The third one is the employment prospects for graduates. How graduates can potentially navigate their way in these trying times. So, by tackling these critical issues, our goal is to support, is to empower attendees in navigating and the evolving landscape of our profession. I do, however, have to say before we start the webinar on the discussions, although this is a webinar hosted by SECAP, all views that are expressed on this platform are not those of SECAP. I feel like an SABC anchor, views expressed in this platform are not those of SECAP. So attendees, you are all encouraged to submit your portfolios and content for social media posting. So the students that have joined us, put your portfolios and we will showcase them during the exhibition. The second part of my responsibilities today is to introduce our co-moderators. We've got 4 of them that will be assisting Akim in the moderating. Our first one is Ms. Kekelwa Akombelo. I think Ms. Kekelwa, if you can give a wave so people can see you. Welcome. Kekelwa is a creative thinker with a deep passion for design and art. Currently, she is pursuing a master in architecture at the University of KwaZulu-Natal, where she is improving her skills and expanding her knowledge in architectural design. Kekelwa's journey in architecture is a commitment to innovation and a love for aesthetic expression. Welcome, Kekelwa. Innovation is always encouraged. Our second moderator is Tuto Vilakazi. Tuto, please wave and say hi to everyone. Tuto is a candidate architectural technologist. Tuto is an inspiring architect and a polymath. And VP, I must say, with the term polymath, I have to open my Google and Google the terms polymath, one who knows many topics. So is also dedicated in supporting architecture students and graduates through their educational and professional journeys via social media with a Bachelor of Architectural Studies degree from the University of Cape Town. Tuto is actively engaged with several architectural organizations and initiatives. His experience includes involvement with the Cape Institute of Architecture, the Gauteng Institute of Architecture, Growing Timber Connections, Young Urbanists, and An Architect. Welcome, Polymath. We love the support that you show as also to your fellow students. Our next moderator is Didion Ilum. Didion relocated from Rwanda to Cape Town to pursue a degree in architecture at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. He's an active committee member of Young Urbanists and serves as student head of the South Region in the African Union of Architects. Additionally, he is a co-founder of Now Now Design Competition with experiences as an event planner and art director for youth and community-based organizations. He's a strong advocate in promoting dialogue through spatial justice. Welcome, Didion. Lovely to also have a broader perspective outside our borders in South Africa. Welcome. And our last moderator is Kalen Jacobs. Say hi, Kalen, please. He's from Stellis or Stellenbosch. He's completed his BTech degree in architecture at Cape Peninsula University of Technology, CPUT. He's currently applying his expertise in architecture and design at SIOTA. So that completes the list of moderators. I think VP, I'll give you an opportunity to introduce our lead moderator. We're certainly looking forward to a progressive and insightful and a fruitful engagement. One should always remember change is highly inevitable. You know, when I analyze the changes in architecture and in technology, I look back at my first year, as we were saying, VP, it was around about 20 years ago when I was in first year at architecture school. We still needed to draw by hand. We used to submit our plans from an A1 drawing board and hatching walls line by line. And currently, BIM has taken over. And now we're already considering and discussing the realities of AI in just such a short period of time. So it's really clear that evolution is continuous. It is just how you prepare and position yourself that will determine the success of your outcome. So I want to encourage you all to use this platform, share ideologies, position yourself in having a positive, information exchange. Let it be positive. When one shares a problem, it's a problem shared, and there's lots of inputs that can come. And let's do it having fun. Thank you.
Thank you, my good Councillor Singer. We sit together on that council where we regulate and look after the profession and the public. And our main moderator, this gentleman, Akil Naika. Yes, I'm sure you all know him because you all kind of, do these things together on the side. That's the thing about youth. But in any case, Akil is a very charged, excited and energized gentleman. In the few years that I've come to acquaint with him, I really appreciate his energy and what he brings to these platforms and how he brings all his youthful friends. Akil, like Khan, has been building the future of architecture one step at a time, from his own pursuits in refining architecture, creating accessible content, rewriting curriculum, to providing academic direction in South African architectural education. Khan now looks towards artificial, scary intelligence as an enabler for scalable reinvention of architectural practice. Before this pivot, he served as a role. He serves in a role as project manager, junior architect, architectural technologist, in architecture and planning industry. A brief stint in clothing industry and manufacturing industry, coupled with dabbles in textbook development, allowed him the opportunity to blend operational and technical process, which has aided him in helping to build professional learning and higher educational business. He is currently a systems researcher in artificial intelligence and emerging technologies at SAOTA. Published author and educationist with focus on architectural education, curriculum, and program design underpinned through technology development. Now this a little bit of just a little bit of Akil. He told us on the side. He was saying how he came into contact with SACAP. Now I'm going to tell them, Akil. Now this is where you see how youth can also you're able to turn and steer the ship in the direction of youth. He said to me that he wrote to the registrar at about 2 a.m. in the night, a very, very passionate email. Clearly, I don't know the contents of it, but it had to do with driving change and being able to use the platform of SACAP in order to reach all architectural youth. He did that, and much to his surprise, he thought the registrar would be upset about the passion in his letter. I'm sure he wasn't rude, but he was passionate. But in any case, he said, look, the registrar just said to him, look, Akil, my man, come through and let's talk about what you wish to happen, and let's see how we can help each other. So this is how this type of platform got to happen. It happened about a year or 2 years ago, where the youth came together as well. And now we're building up on that. My good colleague Akil, we're gonna have our coffee now, us the slightly seniors, and we're gonna, take a bit of a lay back and let you do your thing, because I can tell you we are still sitting here scared and worried about this whole AI thing and whether does it have eyes and does it have ears. But we're hoping that you and your colleagues are gonna dispel all of this and show us that we can actually go to a future with AI. So please, my colleague Akil, take the platform. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Good morning, everybody. Thank you, everybody. There was a fantastic intro, but it's not really about the intro for me today. It's actually really important for a number of reasons, and perhaps what Vice President mentioned the most was that little message I sent. In fact, I was going to put it up on the screen, but then I think it'd be a bit too difficult to read. Context. I had sent a message to SACAP about 7 years ago, stating as a very, very angry sort of, I don't know if you can say middle-aged or young man, not really sure, right? But I sent a message and accidentally at 2 in the morning, because it's at that time when you're doing design work, okay? Putting everything in caps. And once it was in caps, I accidentally pressed send and I couldn't retrieve it. Okay? Seeing the mail they sent, it's like, oh my God, damn it, I should have recalled that mail. And so in that mail, I mentioned that I think there's a lot of problems, but I'm willing to assist in whatever way I can, because for lack of a better reason, I didn't want to be in the position of struggle for much longer in my life. And I thought perhaps it might be something that could contribute towards that. And I'm very fortunate, and I do think us here in South Africa are quite fortunate to have a body like SACAP that is encouraging progressive discussion. There's a couple of things that I had suggested. For example, that we should form some sort of young professionals council that can assist with the PPE exams. And I received the support for it. And in fact, if you have a look at it, and a number of the people on this call as well, are those who've been part of those classes. The graduates from that program had then gone on to train other PPE candidates so that we could continue the cycle. There's a number of things that had occurred, some failed projects and some successful ones. But why I'm here today is primarily because we are at a crossroads. And I'm going to share my screen in a couple seconds. But the people that you're seeing on the screen here, Tuto, Dudone, Kaylin, Kekelwa, all of them that are here today have a contribution to make, not just on their own, but hopefully with everyone together. And I'm going to hand over to them in a very short while's time. But I must thank SACAP very quickly for giving us the opportunity. I'm going to move a little bit quickly because today's session is about everyone that's here and moving the field forward. If you didn't know, the financial situation is dire. It's pathetic. In fact, it is horribly offensive to see that us as the architecture designers are the poorer cousin of all of the professionals. And you should be offended about it, because if you had to look at the cost of living and the salaries that we're earning, it's actually very, very sad. That's relatively speaking to the general consensus of the architecture community. Again, all of the views that I'm expressing are my own personal ones, and not that of SACAP or any of the bodies which I'm part of. In addition to that, this fear of technology is another reason why we are held behind from embracing a greater economic prosperity, which is something we will address today. Finally, the employability issue. I believe quite firmly that it is our responsibility to take agency upon ourselves to diversify the business model of the architecture profession so that it can be, to some degree, financially beneficial, and so that we can look towards a more abundant opportunity that exists in the profession as opposed to the scarcity mindset we have. And you all that are here know what I'm talking about. There's many of you that are here that know once you have finished writing the PP exam and you became a professional, your boss that you were working with was threatened by you. Scarcity mentality. You know that, for example, when you finish your studies and you were busy trying to find work, the firms come back, sorry, we can't take you on now. Okay? Scarcity within the resources of the workplace. And you also know very greatly that when you are approaching technology, or even when you approach it on campus, you know there was a hesitancy to say, no, technology has its place and it's not there yet. When we live in a time where artificial intelligence itself is able to equalize and level the playing fields very, very quickly. And in fact, if you don't try to adopt these, or at least try to wrestle or grapple with it, you'll be so far behind, and us on the African continent will be so far behind the rest of the world, we might become obsolete. Now, I tell you stuff that maybe is a little bit offensive or a little bit triggering, or you maybe not agree with my view of things. But judging by a number of factors, by the way, call your friends, tell them the show has started. Tell them to join on the screen, because the guys that are going to be speaking here now will be touching on those topics and seeing if we can move the field forward together as a whole. There's no point in us talking about ideas without any measurement. So today, I'm very happy to say that when we're talking about plans and actions, we're going to be getting Tuto, Kaylin, Gekawa, Dudene, and all of the speakers, not just to talk and say, well, it would be nice if we have this, but we will be discussing the timelines and measuring this, because of all of the professional bodies, in my personal opinion, it is SACAP that has been able to provide the most support to ensure that we are moving it forward. Now, let's wait very quickly. Give me a second. I want to share my screen with you very quickly. Hope that you are partially awake from there. I'm just going to ask for everyone that is here to please let me know if you can see my screen. I'm assuming you all can, and if you couldn't, there would have been a very big noise by now. Okie dokie. Smokey. Peeps, having a look here. Imagine the future of architecture. Everyone that is joining this probably has seen this poster, and if you didn't know where the strokes and imagine comes from, it's from a journey, which is an image generation AI model. We'll get into technicalities later, but the reason why we have this is because we are at an intersection where we could potentially imagine and simulate a future which is unlike the one we have now, one where we could have abundance. Let's talk about that. So in the prologue for today's session and how this will be working out, I just want to change my camera up here so I don't block the screen too much. And let's move it aside. In the prologue for today, here's all of us that are speaking. You see that there was an opening. You see that I'll be chatting a little bit and trying to give some context to what we have going on here. I'll talk about, let's move beyond the hype of artificial intelligence. And then we're going to move on to Dr. Sjaba Mape. My guys, fellow professionals, candidates, students, this is the work you've got to see. This man has been showing us how we can envision a future with artificial intelligence without us feeling threatened, with us taking it and making it our own. So we'll get there. In session 2, we'll talk a little bit more about how can we diversify ourselves. Because if architecture isn't working, if you are sitting in the office every day and all you are doing is drawing plans and you're not meeting your financial goals, what can you do with your life to meet the outcome that you would like to achieve? So we'll have a look at what the various professionals in the field and various youth are doing to maybe diversify themselves to ensure that they not just make ends meet, but thrive. These two sessions, as you see, the first one will be led by Tuto and Dudane, and the second will be led by Kaylin. Beyond the hype, artificial intelligence is the part I'm starting with now. So this is the part where my wife tells me to stop stressing everyone out and to be a bit calm. So here I am, calm, cool, and collected. I'm Akil. I'm founder of an architect, impact-driven organization aimed at trying to make sure that we have a field to go to in the future and that information is accessible as it can be. I also am a board member at Cybid, and I am very fortunate to have joined the team at Cybid quite recently to see how we can create the voluntary association of the future. I know, for example, that Kikel was there and she's saying, yo, bruh, what is a voluntary association? We'll answer those questions. I am also, as mentioned in the description, systems researcher in artificial intelligence and emerging technologies at Sayota. So I'm coming to you with an informed opinion of what I'm talking about. There are many people on the internet here that have opinions, and everyone is coming about and saying, oh, they claim to be an expert in artificial intelligence. And I don't claim to be an expert. I claim to be well-read and well-informed. And I'm going to tell you a perspective that you otherwise might not have known. And if you did know, that's great. Let's join the bandwagon and see what we can do moving the field forward. And so I'm hoping that I will try to tether some of the issues around it, some psychological sessions we have going here. I'm also co-founder of SIAP, South African Young Architecture Professionals Network. One of the core themes that we had is trying to diversify not only access to content and how we consume it for architecture, but also how can we create different business models. We'll talk about that not too long from now. As I mentioned, the views here are primarily personal ones and doesn't represent any of the bodies I'm affiliated with. But if they do agree with me, that's great. So let's move on to the next slide. Generative AI is misunderstood. Generative AI is the new wave of artificial intelligence that we currently have. And I know a lot of you know about this. I know a lot of you know that it is called generative AI, and it's not the AI of past. It's very different to the AI that we've had before. The artificial intelligence we've had before was primarily on classical statistical methods. And someone in the slides like, oh my God, Akil, you said the same thing at the Making AI Accessible talk. I know, but I didn't have 1,000 people at the talk, so I'm guessing some of you didn't hear. Classical statistical artificial intelligence is about simulation and prediction. It's about trying to see what comes next, which is not different from generative AI per se. But generative AI makes use of neural nets to be able to try and predict in some sort of random fashion with the resources available to it to make it appear as though what is being produced is creative. And we sort of have to review or revise our idea of creativity. If you thought creativity was a mystical, unique thing, to some degree it is. But if you can replicate it to some degree, then it's not so mystical anymore. Rather, I would argue that a better definition of being creative is to be resourceful. Because as you know, some of you that are here, and Pluto will say, hey, you know, when we're designing, we're drawing on this wealth of knowledge we have. That wealth of knowledge was a resource that's available to you. It's whatever you can remember from your studies, from the knowledge you've gained. And really what you're doing is when you connect two different things that are very far apart from each other, very strange ideas, and you bring it together, and you're building, the design you have has a whack form. Everyone will say, wow, look at that, that's interesting. Oh, wow, you are so creative. Okay? So the idea of creativity and resourcefulness sort of going hand in hand is the definition that we premise generative AI on. It's not necessarily uniquely, truly, authentically creative, at least to our knowledge, but it is building on all of the resources. If there's a billion bits of data around, and you had to combine those billion bits of data to create something, you're bound to have something you've never seen before. Again, generative AI is misunderstood. It might have, to some degree, a level of consciousness, but it's not one that we can necessarily perceive. And that's a debatable topic, but I'm trying to get you in the mood to think here. Generative AI, just because it has a randomness factor in it, so when it's putting all of these molecules, all of these bits of data together, and it's trying to produce an outcome, whether it's an image or whether it's an essay or whatever it is, you can't predict it because there is a randomness factor in it. And again, if we can formularize or formulate what randomness is, then creativity does have a chance of being formularized as well. It's unpredictable, it's uncontrollable, and irreplicable. And when I was asking the AI, is irreplicable a word? It's like, yeah, it is, but you know, It's not very commonly used. So I'll explain it. It can't be reproduced, right? You can't do the same steps again. And so that makes it appear to be useless. Appearance, hey? Now, if you had to just think about yourself, whenever you design something, your first few iterations are usually quite rubbish. It's the kind of stuff you take and you squash up and throw in the bin. But if you had to look at the way that generative artificial intelligence or this unpredictability of it is, you'd see that it's very similar to what you do in the first stages of design. But if you worked iteratively a little bit more with the AI models, you would eventually get to something that approximates your design level. I'd say that it can't be all that useless if with a little bit more work, it can get to something that is approximating what you can do. So to say that, hey, you know what, artificial intelligence is a tool, or artificial intelligence is, say, useless, is not a very smart thing to do. It's a little bit short-sighted. So we'll have to use a new analogy. And if you ever listened to anyone that reinvented something, or someone that tried to pioneer an audience, or someone that tried to change things up, you will see that they worked from first principles. And by first principles, we are trying to establish or create a map of logic. And for some of you that are here, you lost. It's okay. We'll check out first principles a little bit later on. We're trying to establish a way to develop something. Can you fundamentally understand what is architecture so that in a time of artificial intelligence, we can reinvent it so that it's relevant to the time? And we're not holding on to traditions that maybe only benefited us in the 50s and 60s. One of the very common things which a lot of you might have heard is parametricism is dead. It was a theory in the 80s, doesn't work. In fact, parametricism as an architectural theory, you can disagree with me, but it has more relevance now than it has before because we have the compute power to allow it to occur. So we need a new analogy for when things change. We need to really think about what are we comparing artificial intelligence to? What are we saying it's like? And people who agree with the sentiment that it's not a tool, that it's something else, are people like Mustafa Suleyman, who is currently the chairperson, or the CEO rather, of Microsoft AI, who was also the co-founder of Google's DeepMind. Google's DeepMind, the research lab that brought about the foundational work of a transformer, which eventually became ChatGPT, generative pre-trained transformer. Okay, so if generative AI is not predictable, controllable, and replicable, and generative AI is not a good tool, and it's not a very good worker or a reliable assistant, then what is unpredictable, uncontrollable, and irreplicable that is actually useful to people and human beings? Again, in case you missed it, because some of you already fell asleep, it's okay. Students, I know you were up last night, especially the ones at CPUT. Apparently you had a deadline. I'm very sorry to hear that.
Akhil?
Yes.
Akhil, maybe just try and reshare, because a lot of people mentioning that they can't see the screen.
They can't see the screen? Okay,
Yeah.
let's go for resharing.
Thanks.
Yo, guys, imagine I was sharing this thing the whole time. Kevin, can you see my screen at the moment?
I can actually see your screen.
Oh, okay.
I see your screen.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. I'm hoping what you can see is a black screen with white text, right?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so we're asking that then what actually is unpredictable, uncontrollable, and not able to reproduce itself? That's also useful. And the answer that comes up, if you have to put this into a prompt, and actually you can try this out now, if you wanted to say, if you put it into ChatGPT or Google's Gemini or Anthropic, or even in Meta, you know, on WhatsApp on your phones, and you ask it, what is unpredictable, uncontrollable, and irreplicable? Some of the answers it'll give you are whack ones. Someone will tell you the weather. But some of the answers it also tells you are dreams. So I'm trying to define artificial intelligence here, and I'm trying to create a new framework for us to understand it, to make it useful to us. So I'm saying, if this is its characteristics that qualify what it is, that it's unpredictable, uncontrollable, and irreplicable, like some of our relationships, then it's something like a dream, because dreams are things that you can't necessarily predict or control, and you can try to bring about the same dream again, but it's very, very difficult. And so if this is the analogy for it, let's take that a little bit further. Dreams are unpredictable, uncontrollable, and irreplicable, but they do help us. How are dreams useful to us? They can combine unusual ideas. You know, you wake up in the dream and there's some like whack stuff going on, but it's all happening in the same room. It's like, sure, look at that. It can help you embrace visions. It can show you what a world could be like without you actually having to really be in it, and therefore creating a perceived reality. Now, for some of you here, like, oh my God, this brass trying to lecture me. Why is he talking about the stuff? Hold on, we'll get there. Hold on. This will allow us to potentially, if we can dream a little bit further, explore the depths of our minds. And so what if AI, and the better analogy for it is that it's a dream machine, but it's a dream machine that we can all see, because it can explore the depths of our minds, visualize it, create an objective reality that we can all see, whether it's in 3D space, whether it's an image, or whether it is text. It can take what is in our minds and make it happen in the matter of seconds and show to the world, this is what we are thinking. Much like a dream, something in our minds that we couldn't really express before. But maybe what if we could now? What if this dream machine that we have now allows us to collectively experience a shared vision? So now you don't have to go to your lecturer and tell the lecturer, well, that line there is supposed to be a wall. What if you could show him or her that this is actually my design? And now you could fail faster, because now everyone can see the design and say, that's a useless design, please move away from it, instead of them having to imagine what would your design be like. Okay? What if it allows us to now, because we can all see the same vision, build it into reality at a much quicker space or much quicker time? It means we would lose a lot of the time wasted in arguing about interpretation of what we see. And now we can focus on trying to create something that's a reality. And what if then it means that we could now combine these unusual ideas, provide clarity on where we want to go, and now create a new world? That's exactly where we are in artificial intelligence today, because in architecture, we not only use it as, say, a technology to help us design, but it also can help us fundamentally reimagine architecture that is prosperous financially, architecture that has a whole rate of employability with entrepreneurs in it, and an architecture that, for all intents and purposes, will be much better than that which is preceding, because we now have the parameters and the ideas and the thoughts and the compute power to compute all of these ideas together. So now, with that thought of this dream machine, can we now imagine what the future of architecture would be like? And that is what today is primarily about. All of the guys that are here will be talking about very, very real problems. If you need to leave because there's a toilet break, or you need to leave because you're hungry, or whatever the case is, come back as soon as you can, because the things that will be discussed today are the milestones that we in this group and you on this call will take responsibility over to take this field into the next direction. And we will measure it and see, can we change it? Because the more we complain and the less we act, the greater the probability for failure is. And we want to decrease the probability for failure and have a field that you can go to for you in second year, that you know in the next 2 years' time, you're graduating, can you pay back your student debt with a 5,000 Rand salary every month? No, you can't. And for you who is trying to have kids and you think that your salary level is just not going up, can you have the family you imagined when you were once younger? And for those of you who are really struggling because you have horrible working conditions, you cannot just leave because there's a scarcity mentality of work going on. What can we do to overcome those challenges? These are real impactful conversations we'll try to address today. And so now I'm going to hand over to the highly esteemed Dr. Sjaba Mape. Now, there's a bit of a bio that I have on him, but I'm going to tell it to you from the heart. Dr. Sjaba Mape, from the time I've known him, has been trying to figure out what is an alternative way to practice architecture that is true to us on the African continent. For approximately 10 years, he's been immersing himself in Kuruman and looking at indigenous knowledge systems. Because if we look at our current educational system, primarily, it has a very Eurocentric outlook, which is not a problem if you can extract the value. That doesn't mean you should negate other knowledge systems that are around, because a knowledge system is based on the place and the time where it was developed. So that means an indigenous knowledge system for South Africa has real gems in it in how we can use it to solve some of the real problems that are here. And wherever else in the world, every corner of the world has something valuable there. And Dr. Sjaba Mape has been on the forefront of thinking and acting upon this. So in his firm, Afritecture, he has been able to try to realize and conceptualize what does it mean for us to be in a universe where we are part of a larger system. Now, you might have seen he's a celebrity, right? Venice Biennial or Biennale. You might have seen him being a celebrity on podcasts. You might have seen him just being a celebrity because you think he's epic, hosting the undergraduate WITS program, trying to get across, break down the colonial barriers. He's also now taken this idea of artificial intelligence and said, if we owned the methods of our own production, if we could make this thing happen, if we could create an architecture that was truly African, that was truly in context of this time and place, that is so unique that you will identify it as African and not only talk about primitive African architecture, but an architecture that is contemporary of this time, that is completely entirely intertwined with who we are at this moment. That is the man to look at. Dr. Mape, I'm going to hand over to you. I hope that was sufficient enough to cover your extensive body of work. And I know it was insufficient in the short time, but I really hope I try to capture it as best I could. Dr. Mape, over to you.
All right. No, thank you so much, Akil.
Over us.
And I just want to say to SACAP, please can you fund Akil to come and do a PhD with me at WITS on AI, please. Okay, I'll leave it at that.
Beautiful.
I'm going to share my
Yeah.
screen. I'm going to share my screen. So I'm going to try and go through this very quickly because there's a lot to talk about. And it's really just research that I've been doing on AI and what value it can add in architecture, and especially in terms of African architecture. I'm going to talk about the importance of generative AI in contemporary architectural practice and exploring the convergence of culture, design, and technological innovation in architecture. So this is just an outline of what my presentation is going to have, but I'm going to move very quickly. So the primary aim of my investigation, because I basically decided to take this on as a research project. I don't want to speculate about AI like everyone out there. You know, Akil knows people are always saying things like AI is going to take our jobs, but they've never actually engaged it. How do you really know? So as a researcher, my job is to do the investigation. So my main research question is, how may generative AI tools contribute to the conceptualization, visualization, and analysis of architectural design that aims to engage contemporary African contexts, identity, culture, values, and aspirations? The theory is grounded on indigenous knowledge. I won't go into this too much, but it basically says that I work on theories that say that we do have to pursue an African identity in architecture because it's really very much connected to some serious things that we need to address in South Africa. The latest theory that I'm building is the idea of land, capital, and identity. Basically saying, you know, if you've got the ownership of land and capital, then we'll design buildings and places that express our identity. So part of the research that I've been doing, like Akil said, has been connected to my heritage. So this is a rock engraving that's from the Drakensberg, but has similar cultural links to my culture. It's the rain snake. And basically in this image, people are trying to pull the snake away as part of a ritual because they're trying to make rain. Here, this is a sketch that was done by some indigenous people in South Africa. They're representing the landscape as a lizard. And then this is some rock engravings in the Northern Cape. And these rock engravings really talk about how, you know, the rock engravings are at the bottom of a river. And when the river gets filled up, you don't see the engravings. When there's drought, you see the engravings, and then people do rituals there for rain. This is a site back at home where people do similar kind of rituals. And the whole point is really that in African culture, in many African cultures, even here in South Africa, the landscape is seen as a living entity. You know, it's not just seen as this thing that you can kind of do whatever on. So as an architect, what does that mean if the land is living? These are just sketches that I did trying to think about this principle of the land as a living entity. And when I did my, when I started thinking about the Biennale, I came up with some concepts like this one, for example. And Akil, you guys can maybe think about this further. Imagine you're having a review or a crit, and there's students who are dressed like different features of the landscape. And as you're having your crit, these students come in and they basically hold you accountable for whatever you're doing in your design that is either damaging the landscape or it's doing certain things on the landscape. So in other words, the landscape is actually there to speak for itself. So these are the kind of projects we've been doing at WITS. And here, this was the first iteration of the Venice Biennale with the same kind of ideas. I used AI here to think about what the space would look like. And the whole principle was that you're going to have this piece of land in the Venice Biennale, and then there'll be like a kind of landscape drawn on like a fabric. The landscape rises up, and what you see coming out of these pods are these land creatures. And the same principle is that when they're there at the Biennale, they basically start talking to people and saying to people, why are you doing this to the forest? Why are you doing this to the, et cetera, et cetera. So it's really me trying to develop a worldview that is reconnecting us to certain values we've lost as Africans, but that are also relevant in terms of our contemporary issues like climate change, et cetera. So, you know, I've been building on these ideas for many years now, you know, trying to design artifacts, ritual artifacts. Here, these are images that basically talk to, you know, if the landscape was given an embodiment, similar to what I've just said now, what could that look like? So these were the kind of ideas that we presented at the Venice Biennale. We designed this kind of cave-like structure, and the aim was to create or host a space where the landscape is present, and it's not just the object that we design on or that we build on, but it's brought into the space of you know, into the human space to also have agency. So now I'm just going to quickly talk about. So that was the theory, okay, that I'm basing my research on AI on. The methodology that I'm using is interviews. I'm talking to people on private messengers, social media, and personal explorations that I'm doing on AI. That's what I'll show you guys today. And, you know, I use a number of different generative AI softwares. But what's important in this diagram is that on the left here, I give a lot of visual prompts based on the kind of stuff that I just talked to you about. You can see there the engravings. This is the embodied landscape, et cetera, indigenous architecture. I feed that into the AI, but I also give AI context. So why this is important is because when you're a student using AI, you need to know all this stuff first. If you don't know all of this stuff first, you're going to feed AI things that are not yet consolidated in your mind, and it will produce stuff that's also not consolidated. So AI is actually quite an advanced software. And my advice is to engage your lecturers or whoever to have them help you generate prompts. You know, I wouldn't generate prompts just by myself if I were a student. And I think for those who are educators here, you need to also think about bringing this into your curriculum so that you can help students build a critical appraisal of the prompts that they are introducing into the AI. And then, you know, using the various softwares, and then context is fundamental. That's what makes this indigenous. That's what makes my use of AI indigenous, is that I'm using context as a fundamental component. So this is my methodology that I'll be showing you today. Methodology 2 is just me talking to people on social media and other architects who are using AI. And I'm using social media research methodologies. And I must just tell you guys before I go on, I've already started making money out of AI. Many companies are coming to me who want me to design stuff. The latest project we're busy with right now is the parliament in Cape Town, using AI to, you know, come up with concepts, etc. But, you know, we use, again, very, very strong initial prompts, which are based on real logic and real historic and cultural context. We don't just sort of feed it whatever or expect the AI to do the work on our behalf. Okay, so I'll just go through some of the things I've been doing with AI. So here, for example, this is work I'm doing with first years at WITS in the history course. So this is, for example, a site in Mpumalanga called Bokoni. And this site is a site where African people were living. It was like basically a town or a city. And so the people there used to do engravings on rocks like this one on the left, where they would kind of do a map of their city. So you could almost say this is the oldest architectural drawing or some of the oldest architectural drawings on the African continent. And then I used AI to prove that by showing that in actual fact, when you prompt the AI to generate a homestead or you know, a kind of built landscape, prompting the rock, it shows you that indeed this is kind of like a settlement. So, you know, those who are speculating to say, this has nothing to do with the actual settlement, you can see that this image and what the AI produced here is quite similar. So using the AI to actually think about what the past used to look like. Same idea here. I have a historic image. I take an image of a ruin of this. This is Kami, an ancient city in Africa, and this is what it looks like when the AI combines the two. So now we can begin to see our past. So we're not just visualizing the future. We're using AI to actually close the gaps in terms of the history and the heritage of our past. So here is an example of how students use the same thing. The end product is drawn by hand, but the student went through the same process to try and imagine what it was like. Here, one of the students used AI to imagine a ritual by Khoisan San people and what that could have been like. So you see, it's not just using AI for the sake of fancy designs and whatever, although I am coming there, but it's also to really think conceptually. So I decided to revisit my master's thesis, which was also around 20 years ago. So I'm also one of the old people on the panel. Basically, this was my project was about reconnecting with my lost heritage because my family was forcibly removed from a piece of land. And this was a ritual we were doing to reconnect with that land. So my project was to design an oral history center where, you know, my people would come and talk about their oral history and design it in the same space. So this was the stuff I did with Revit like many, many years ago, combining Revit with Photoshop. Then I thought, what could AI do? So this is the Revit image here on the top left corner. These are AI images. And I mean, immediately, the way in which the AI has reinterpreted this, where I combined Photoshop, and you can see this grass and those trees and whatever is stitched together with the Revit thing. But look at what the AI does when you now, prompt it using an existing thing. So I'm not prompting it with just words. It's prompting it with images, and that's my methodology a lot of the time. So same thing here. This was the Revit thing that I produced. And then these are all the different iterations that the AI has generated. So imagine you've got a project and you want to test out different materials, or you want to test out different principles or ideas. Like one of them here even has water. I never thought at the time to introduce water into the design, you know, but there we go. The AI has showed me that what if you have water, you know? And then this one, you can see that it's kind of turned it into a ruin, which is exactly what I wanted. I wanted it to feel like this ancient ruin because my history was in ruins, but it's also a place where we can go reconnect with our past. And then here you can see that the AI is actually now reinventing some of the things. The main concept was this tree-like structure. So we're going to tell stories under the tree. And then now it's sort of making it a much lighter material, etc. Which I think is very interesting. Sorry, I just want to check if my laptop is charging because it's telling me that the battery is low. Just give me a second, please.
Yeah, we know the story is Dr. Mape. It's these minor technological issues which trouble us.
Yeah, I just don't want to be cut off while I'm in the middle of my discussion with you guys. So I'm just trying to make sure that it's charging. Just give me a second, please.
No, you're more than welcome. I actually, Tuto, I know you were going to mention, I just wanted to also just bring to, there's a lot of students that I've lectured here as well. I just want you to look at the thinking, guys, that is going on in applying it, where there's this very superficial thought of, let's use some words to create an image. This thing doesn't do what I wanted to do. AI sucks. But now if you look at the critical engagement, it's been a tool to assist in that refinement process. But Dr. Mape, back to you, or Tuto's, I think Tuto, you were going to say something just before Dr. Mape goes again. I don't want to stop him though.
No, he's back. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Fly, Dr. Mape, fly.
Okay, so these are now different. This is a different AI software. This is DALL-E. And you can see in this one, it's helping me actually find a different mood and the layering of the structure, experimenting with the structure in different ways. And then these were images that I then, when I brought those same ones into this, which is Midjourney, it started to help me even think deeper about what this place could have been. You know, this one is now just taking that kind of umbrella-like structure, and it's turning that into the entire center, which is, for me, it was powerful because it's already giving me clues in terms of materiality. You can see the context thing I was talking about is fully, this is in Kuruman, where I come from. You can see it saying something about how to treat the surface on the ground, how the surface on the ground meets with the red soil of Kuruman. You know, very simple architecture that one could build tomorrow. And then I thought, you know, what if I went back to some of the concepts that I had in my master's before I got to that tree structure? Because this was actually a sketch that I was doing during the process, and I wanted to explore this a little bit further. And you know, what was important about this concept was this idea of a big canopy, and that canopy allowing for a kind of, you could say, an adaptive space underneath. So things can change underneath a lot, but then on top, the canopy creates that sort of space. And that was actually inspired by indigenous knowledge, in the sense that many years ago, people, because they used to move around and they used to try and be adaptive in the environment, they would have grass mat huts like these ones, so that they can put them on the, you know, cows so that they can move around. But then they would have shelters. So it's actually telling us something about a philosophy, because we are building these structures. So our buildings today are more like the cave, which is the very solid thing. And then, you know, our bodies and our clothes are acting more like this. So we move through building to building. But here they had two types of architectures that were interacting: a very ephemeral one that allowed people to adapt and move around, and a very solid structure that, you know, would be the canopy that protects the ephemerality. So I was trying to experiment with that. So these were initial sketches where I was trying to think about a very solid structure at the top, and then more ephemeral ones underneath, which can change over time and that sort of thing. And so I put those in the AI, and, you know, it was doing things I didn't want it to do, but at the same time, it was giving me new ideas. And this was, you know, AI images where it started to give me a real sense of what that could have looked like. So here, you know, the idea is that we're stitching, or we're weaving that history together because it was lost because of apartheid. The big structure is the framework in which we allow that stitching to happen. And so you can see these structures, which are woven structures, are the ones that are being built just like the narrative of my people is being built. So the more space we need, the more building we need to happen underneath, the more that ephemeral part grows, but it sometimes can also change. So we also did a competition with Peter Rich Architects, and it was a project called Africa Town, where the aim was to basically help African Americans who live in a place called Mobile to connect with Africa, because they were the last slaves to be taken to the US, and they basically needed a center. So I wanted to design an African space, almost like a museum of African space, not a museum of African buildings per se, but a museum of African space. So what does it feel like to move through an African village, you know, and that sort of thing. And so again, the same concept of this very hard structure with a sort of steel roof, etc., and columns, but then inside, the African Americans themselves can, using clay and woven material, this ephemerality, build the inside. And so I wanted to explore this thing a bit more. So I used AI to envisage what it could be. And these were the kind of first images that I could then use also as further prompts. So this is another interior view. These are my own sketches using, you know, hand-drawn sketches and Revit. So you need all the other stuff that we learn in architecture school before you can do this next AI step. So here, then I used DALL-E, and it started to really give me a beautiful sense of spatiality. So, you know, like how in some of you who may come from African, you've lived in an African house or a homestead, people cook outside and it's all about external living. So this was all about exploring those in-between spaces. And then I took that to Midjourney, and you can see that when you now take it to Midjourney, it feels a bit more real. But Midjourney began to help me see different things. This is using another software like, you can use something called Adobe Firefly, where you take a sketch and then you turn it into a kind of more realistic thing. But this was ultimately the culmination of that process, where the idea is this woven material. So imagine, instead of using drywalling or that kind of thing to articulate space, you have a structure which is like enclosing the entire building, but then you create this world which is made of natural materials, which is on the inside, something ephemeral, something that can change. So going back to that same concept of the hard structure of the cave and the soft ephemeral structure of the woven mat hut, it's the same principle here. Let me not go through those findings just yet. This was the Noga Modjozi exhibition that we did, and this exhibition was really to try and reimagine Johannesburg using AI. And I started with some sketches that I did. So again, I'm feeding it my own work. I'm not just giving it prompts from nowhere. And I used AI to convert those sketches into these sort of structures. The whole point of this was to, the objects that I make, these clay objects, it's really again to test this principle of something that's alive, that's changing, that's moving, that's in motion. Remember, I talked about the living landscape in the beginning. So what would it be like, if these were like these giant clay structures, giant clay buildings? Because the clay objects on the left here are made of clay. And I wanted to explore that, because what if, just like the Great Mosque of Djenné, buildings didn't have permanence, and because of rain and because of whatever, they changed over time. So this is kind of what came out of that exercise, so imagine, and I know this is very speculative and crazy, but that's what the AI allows us to do. We don't have to build or bring this into reality, but we can at least test the thought. So this is now, imagine a building has melted because over time it's been raining and parts of it have, decayed and whatever. And actually with the Great Mosque of Djenné, the whole point was that the building was going to, before the rainy seasons, sort of melt because it's made of earth. And it was actually the reason why they had the great, there was a kind of ritual where everyone came from all the different villages to replaster the building. It was about building the community, bringing people together. So these are ways in which, I'm exploring these African concepts with the AI. I also started to think about places where people try and perform rituals in sort of marginalized spaces or marginal spaces in the city. Our cities were never designed for African culture. They were designed for European culture. So what would it be like if our cities actually began to have African culture thought about and embedded within them? So that same concept of that melting or that woven or that ephemeral structure, I thought about how could that now be combined. So imagine in the city you had these sort of ritual spaces which are not purposeful in the same way as a hospital or a clinic has a functionality, but they're actually about creating these sort of moods or these sort of liminal spaces because people find value in them. That's what makes them feel like tomorrow is worth living. And so here you can see maybe this is like this giant woven structure. It doesn't have to be permanent. It might dissipate over time, it might change, etc. But people are using them as spaces to perform ritual. And then just the last thing I want to talk about is this concept of culture and capital. I'm often finding that people challenge this idea that we must have patterns on our buildings because we're African. And, at first I used to not really have a strong enough comeback for that, because I've always been adamant that we have to have something that is strongly indicative of the fact that this building is African. Because if we don't do that and we say, yeah, you know, it's African because an African made it, or if we put patterns on it, it's cheesy or whatever. But I began to realize that in actual fact, the reason why it's important to have some sort of marking on the building that may resemble identity is because that marking is actually more about ownership and who actually that object, building, land, or whatever belongs to. Who does it belong to? So these are images of houses that were, this is in Soweto and other Western Native Township houses back in the day, 1963 to 1967, where people, when they were given land and an asset like a house, they then marked it in this way. And for me, this is not just indicative of identity, but it's saying, if it belongs to me, I'll do what I want with it. So if the city like Joburg or Cape Town or Pretoria belong to African people, because right now they don't own the means of production, they don't own the land. If they did own it, what would it look like? Would it stay the same as it is today? Or would it change because people are using it to serve their own purposes and they're expressive and express their cultures, etc.? And so this is something I'm really interested in today. Like, if African people owned land and capital, would we still see our cities looking the way they do today? And my speculation is no, based on evidence like what I'm showing you here. Or for example, this is a house self-built by artist Helen CBD. And instead of building a modernist or whatever kind of house, she was trying to grapple with, well, I own the means of production. She owns the land, she's got the money because she's an artist, but she still wants to connect to her heritage somehow. This is what she built for herself. So this is yet again, for me, evidence. I mean, look at the doors. They're not just doors. She wants them to have some sort of marking on them. And even where I come from, so this is the house I grew up in a township, Kokasi. I'm a Kasi boy. And that's me on the right, on the stoop of our home. And this is how our houses were when they were given to us by the apartheid government. But people didn't keep them like this because over time, people wanted the houses to be nicer, right? They wanted to make them better, etc. And this is the way in which people are doing that. So if you drive around my township today, you'll find many people whose houses look like this, because if people own the means of production, the land and the capital, they're not going to want to keep their things looking, you know, however. The question is, how can we give people more? Because they're building these pillars and they're making their houses look like Italian villas. I'm not critiquing that. I'm just saying, what if we gave them more ideas about what they could do? This is artist and traditional scholar, so to speak, Credo Mutwa, and he built these structures at his house. He was decorating his house in various ways. And then this is a project that I did where the client owned the land and she had a little bit of money from pension and she designed this. And you know, when I did this building as a candidate under a professional architect, let me just be clear about that. At first, I wasn't really, I didn't see the value of this because I thought, yeah, we're doing something interesting, building with tires, whatever. But over time, I realized that what was actually powerful about this was this. This was a Black client, female, who owned the means of production, and she did what she wanted to do. How many of our clients today are Black young females who own the means of production? And if you had more of those clients and they had more money, what kind of architecture would we see? Which is why I always talk about patrons. So I just wanted to show you some ideas that then I've been building based on this philosophy of identity and capital. And so I started with doing this painting. And this painting was basically me trying to add value to the canvas. So think of the canvas as the site, and the paint and the artwork is the building or the design. You're trying to up the value. And then I put this through AI to just experiment. So I just started in a random place. And I then said, okay, what if I combine that with this Ndebele artwork on this mural? plus Pancho Guedesh's building, the Smiling Lion, which is this building in Mozambique, because he claimed that he was also being inspired by the Ndebele. So if he could bite from the Ndebele, we can bite from him, right? So anyway, you know, through that process, I began to discover what Pancho was actually trying to do. You know, here, and this is just a slight digression, you can see the profile of the building. The AI basically completely demolished the secrets of what Pancho was doing, because you can see this profile is the main sort of thing that he's doing. And the AI was able to completely extract that. And, you know, so you can see here, the AI has picked up that the main thing that he's doing is these profiles. You can even see it here that he's, you know, his main thing is using the silhouette, and using a silhouette as, I mean, you can see it in his artwork here on the right, using the silhouette as a means of designing. And then I thought, well, let's take that and let's now push it into more of the realm of what it would look like for people who don't have a lot of money. So if you were to take what the Ndebele people were doing, if you gave them money, not that much, but if you gave them money and you gave them land, how could they have pushed their designs forward in terms of what they would be like if they were flats, or, you know, etc. And then here, this was, you know, because I took these same kind of images and I wanted to put them in the Joburg CBD, and I had a picture of a bridge, the AI assumed that I was trying to solve the problem of underside of bridges in cities. And this is what it produced. And, you know, I hadn't even thought like that. So in other words, the AI is now giving me new ideas. And then here, for example, is what if people in the city, in Joburg or other cities, had little pockets of land, even in Sandton. So, you know, African people have little pockets of land in Sandton. Could these images convince property developers to start thinking differently? Because they're so scared that, you know, if we give land to the Black people and, you know, that land is in proximity of our businesses, property markets will go down, wah, 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 wah. But what if the AI can start helping them visualize that, no, maybe that's not necessarily what will happen, you know, by showing them images like this? What if that attracts tourists? What if you're, you know, going to create a different vibe in the city? And then just the last sort of little experiment here, this is a sketch that I did because I was thinking about this new idea, you know, of what would people do if they had the ownership of the means of production. So this is a sketch I did on the right. This is the AI's interpretation of my sketch. And then this is now, you know, using a different software, Midjourney, after having taken it through that process. And so this concept here is saying, we don't actually, because people don't have the money and the land, we don't really know what the city could turn into if Africans had the money and the land. But suddenly now the AI is helping me visualize that, because when I look at what, you know, the ritual spaces that people have in the city, they're usually like in Joburg, you'll find people doing those rituals on the mine dumps, on whatever. But sometimes they're bothered by thieves and criminal activity in those spaces. So if, for instance, they suddenly came upon some money and could buy a park in the middle of the city, let's just say hypothetically, I know that's a little bit crazy, but they buy this land and then they say, we want to use that land for our ritual purposes. Think about ZCC and Moria. And they bought a piece of land and they wanted to use it for their ritual purposes in the CBD. What would that be like? How could that change the city? And so that's what this image is about here. And just finally, as much as I'm using the AI on the left to imagine what it would look like if the city was, if Africans had access to the means of production, on the right, it's also showing that the AI can actually exacerbate some of the things that are already existing. So I took images from Sandton, and I basically fed it into the AI to say to the AI, you know, let's think about this, let's exaggerate what's happening. And if you think about it, it's actually captured exactly what's happening with buildings in Sandton. Ultimately, what happens is that it's like a city block that has been raised up. You know, so imagine if this level here, I don't know if you can see my mouse, Akil, if this level here was
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah, if that was the level where the building was on the ground, this would be an amazing space. You could walk through these buildings. It would be an interesting public space in the middle, accessible, whatever. But this is like a vertical gated community. Basically, because the property developers want to give their clients a feeling that their investment is protected, they're going to raise it up and make it impossible for you to get there except through either a garage or a very strict security, or they're going to buffer themselves with retail at the bottom because you want the guys at the offices to feel protected. Same thing as a gated community. And basically what this is almost like a microcosm of South Africa and the inequality, because in South Africa, there are such rich people, they want to protect their assets from the poor people. So how do you do that? You literally do that by raising the thing above ground so that no one can actually access it. This to me is showing the contrast of the way in which AI can be used for both ends. You can use it to exacerbate the kind of conditions we have in our country currently, or you could use it to try and undo some of the issues that we have where the city was never built for Black people. And so the principle here that I'm trying to show is that it's not that the AI is either going to do good or bad. It's going to just do whatever you want it to do, as long as you know how to use it. And, you know, the person who is behind the AI needs to be mature, needs to be critical, which is why I said in the beginning that it cannot be that you just unleash AI to people who don't really know how to you know, you basically have to build all the existing skills that we have as architects first until master's level, in my view, or you can use AI, you know, in a very sort of supervised way up until your master's. And then when you get to a level of maturity, you can then use it by yourself because you know that, you know, this is going to be the right way and this is going to be the wrong way. So just to quickly sum up my findings from my research so far, at first I was trying to imagine African architecture. Now I'm seeing that the tool could create new theories and be a potent analytical tool, perceiving subtle patterns and create new knowledge. We need to stop trying to use a supernova to light a candle. AI is a powerful tool. It's like trying to use an atomic bomb to, I don't know, light your cigarette. It's much more than just a rendering tool. Okay. We need new creative and powerful theories to match the power of AI, which I'm beginning to build. We need to engage an alien cognition because this thing doesn't think like you and me. You know, AI actually can make you see things that you don't see because you've got human biases. Yes, people say AI is biased, whatever, but like Akil said, because it combines things in a way that is unusual, it might actually help us see a solution. So say, for instance, you're someone who's working in an environment where you can only get your materials from Builders Warehouse or from Cash Build. But if you put those materials into AI, it could create such powerful outcomes using those same set of materials compared to what you could be able to do. So it means we have to engage it in a different way. Decoration as a signal of ownership, that's part of what's come out from me using the AI. Completing incomplete cultural projects. So in other words, you know, the AI is saying to me, we thought modernism was done, right? But what if there's actually more to modernism that we haven't explored because our tools were limiting us? And what if now we can explore new forms of modernism where that modernism is a modernism that helps African people live in the city better, for example? It produces new questions. It draws us to our blind spots. We have to find new names for images because someone thought this image was real. What is an image that looks real called when that image was not taken by a photograph, but it looks even realer than a rendering? That's a different kind of image. We don't have a name for that image yet. Yeah, and then the creolization was this idea of harmonizing materials, you know, like I showed you, like I'm saying about the cash build principle. and then principles of calibration, because the AI can help us really like harness or enhance some of the things that we haven't been able to enhance. So have we really maximized our understanding of brick? Because right now, you know, we're moving to more synthetic materials, whatever. But what if we haven't even seen the tip of the iceberg of brick? And now, because of AI, we can go into whole new explorations of brick. Yeah, and so these are some of the findings that are coming through where I'm actually researching the AI and not just, you know, seeing it as a rendering tool. All right, that's it from me, and I hope I haven't taken too much time, Akil.
Wow.
No, not at all. Sorry,
Akil,
let's say go for it, Vice President.
okay. You know what I'm gonna say. This has been an incredible presentation. It was worth the time. So don't you even feel guilty. I can tell you that I'm sure that it is it is falling palatable for so many people. So my proposal, Akil, is that we go for a body break for about 5, 6, 7 minutes to grab a coffee, and then we're gonna continue. I'm not gonna put a time limit on even the next speakers because I want to hear all this impactful information. I mean, if the doctor started us like that, so we can only imagine what the day is going to be. So I just say we let it roll. What do you think?
Vice President, let's see what the panel who's making it happen thinks. Because I just want to, I think I'll give some comments on Dr. Mape before I signal it over to them. But let's see, Vice President. Tuto, what you thinking, Tuto? Talk to me.
Let's keep riding it. Let's keep riding it. If anyone wherever they are wants to take a little break, it's fine. But let's keep rolling.
Okay.
It's already there. To have a break now is gonna let's keep going.
Okay. No break.
Okay.
The youth said it.
Right, guys, for everyone, we've gotten messages that there's some struggling to join. For any of your friends, your homies, your grandma who wants to join, tell her to go on Facebook. That's your grandma. If it's your ma and your father, tell them to go on Insta. And if it's your sissy, tell them to go onto TikTok, right? I don't know if you got TikTok there yet, but I think some of it will be there. But guys, please, I maybe just want to bring the attention. So in my opening, I sort of mentioned the idea of imagining new realities. And if you could grasp the depth of what Dr. Sjaba Mape has said, he has expanded what we might have considered to be a local African identity into a vast amount of information, expounded it to such a degree that there is variety in type. If modernism was dead, like he said, maybe there's more to it if we interpret it from a somewhat local African or South African perspective. Now, it's these things I want you to take note of, because the ideas that are being brought forth expand as opposed to restrict. There is more variety than we could have considered before. And in looking at this, it's part of this expansion that we need to have in architecture, because it could be such that there's a client that sees some of Dr. Sjaba Mape's work and say, how did he conceive it? How could we have this somewhere else in the world? Because actually speaking, as Dr. Mape was saying, somebody once in his Italian-style villa, they're seeing a conception and associating a certain lifestyle to it somewhere across the world. Yeah, somewhere across the world. And they are aspiring to have it here. Whereas we could do the same. We could, instead of being importers, become exporters of culture and style and identity in a much greater scale. And the next segments that we're going to be moving on to now are going to be talking about how technology, it can be a tool for equality, but also social justice. And again, remember, I'm saying technology as a tool, utilization. How can we use these new technologies, emerging ones, artificial intelligence, extended realities, computational design? How can we use it to try to level the playing field in places, create a new type of identity, and also expand on what do we think is creatively possible? Because there are things that you have seen that you might not have conceived before. We are augmented through the use of some of these artificial systems. And I know there's a lot of thoughts about it. For many of the thinkers that are here, I want you to think a bit more deeper, because the deeper you think about it, the more long-term the effects. And the shorter you think about it, then the more superficial your thinking is, because then you'd say, well, it'll never replace humans. Well, that may be true, but you're missing the point of the exercise. The point of the exercise, to see what is possible. And you might say something like, oh, okay, Akil, but this is not practically feasible to construct. How do you know? Have you really engaged with it? Because the artificial intelligence tools we have now, if I had to ask ChatGPT, how can I make this slanted column work? Can we make it work using these systems? Can you tell me the principles of physics that I will have to bend in order to accommodate what I want? Can it be achieved? These kind of questions can happen. And so I think the most valuable part of this conversation is the expansion. And it's the same thing with our money. It's the same thing with our employment and entrepreneurship. You can be more than what you think you are in architecture. And that's the point. If you want to increase your earnings, you'll have to be more. And as a final part, just from myself, I think people, including myself, and talking to myself first, we want an easier life. Whereas you should be thinking, and there's some of the students coming, oh my God, Akil, I heard you say this 10,000 times. You should rather be saying to yourself, how can I become strong enough to overcome the difficulties so that it is perceived to be easy? That's a much better way to look at life than asking for what is easy. We are in a turbulent time in architecture, but the opportunity with such type of thinkings like such that what Dr. Mape brought and what you're going to hear in the session today can expand us to become something greater than we are and open up the gates of abundance. So with that said, I'll shut my mouth and move over onto Tuto. Tuto, Dudane, Kikelwa, Kalen, take it away. You will be touching on the things that cause so much of pain to all of us. Thank you very much, Dr. Mape. It was exceptionally insightful. And for everyone that's missing it, all of this information is going to be made available depending on what the speakers are allowed to make available. But okay, cool. Over and out. Peeps, Tuto.
Open source this.
Open source. Open source.
Open source it.
Yo, my wife's going to tell me stop being so hyped, but go for it, guys.
Tuto's been waiting for this moment all morning. So Tuto, go for it.
Hi, everyone. So we're just going to do a little quick session. And I think shout out to Dr. Chabo for that incredible presentation. Everything is a build up upon what he has said and what Akil has said. And I think if we do forget anything from this seminar, one of the key words that we should be taking home is this idea of expansion, whether it's expansion within our economy, expansion of our creativity, expansion of our skills. I think we are a generation of young professionals that needs to value expanding our tools and expanding what we have and what we bring to practice and what we bring to our cultures and what we bring to the whole world. And just as a segue into the use of technology, just to give you a roadmap of the session that we'll conduct, we'll touch on the use of technology, touch on unemployment, touch on earnings, as well as career progression. And we had planned this in a very different way, but now we're going to flip it and start with technology as a result of the previous talk. But I think on the chat, there was also a question, and just as a side note, at the end of this session, we'll have a quick session where we're addressing all the questions on the chat. Thank you to everyone who's been engaging. Please do keep the questions coming. We love the comments and keep the fire also going on social media. Tag SACAP, tag us, and let's continue the conversation there. But I think Marilyn asked, you're showing us how to use AI for creating concepts, which is amazing. It works nicely for students on campus, but how can professionals use it in a practical way in the office with normal, ordinary, mundane work? Not every architectural office has opportunities to create imaginative radical buildings and have clients with such budgets. Will you be able to share on this? Thank you so much. And those are some of the things that we'll touch on in this session, especially seeing that as candidate architectural technologists, we've now basically pivoted from the world of being on campus to a world of being in practice. And Kellen and I will speak about this in just a second, but I think leaving university, there's this idea that you're going to be slaving yourself as an intern at a practice. And sometimes this is a reality in some practices, and sometimes it's not. And again, just as a disclaimer, whatever we say is not a reflection of where we work, but it's kind of a survey of the whole industry as a whole. But we all know there's this fear of, oh, I'm going to go work at a practice and I'm going to be doing door schedules for the rest of the year, or I'm going to be working on room data sheets for 6 months. And we are of the belief and advocate for the use of technology in realizing that the time of an architectural technologist just doing details and slaving themselves out in an office is a thing of the past. AI as a generative tool for imagery is one thing. But like the question asked, in practices, there's a lot of softwares, and I think Bio also started mentioning a couple within the comment section. But let's just take Revit as a case. I think there's a lot of plugins that we might not know about. I'll share them in the chat below, but that helps streamline certain processes down to about a minute. There's projects where I work that we've worked on that are of a large scale, and we've been able to pump out drawings that are very meticulous, very direct in a shorter space of time. So I think within practices and us as interns or young graduates equipping ourselves to be in practices or to earn more, it's about starting to adopt these technologies and possibly bringing them into the practices that we then become a part of. I know we obviously still interns or just a candidate architectural technologist or an architectural technologist, but I think there's room for that scope to be widened and expanded. I don't know if you want to share some of your experiences, Kaylin, with working with AI or using existing BIM softwares within practice as a first year out student who's recently started working, and how that has made life and work a whole lot less easier than the stories we've had from previous generations who've like worked long hours on very mundane tasks.
Yeah, so just on that topic, me and Akil work together at the same firm. So Akil have introduced those systems in place to help us with BIM and all the technologies that we use currently. And just from someone that studied and came from just hand drawings, you can use AI and leverage almost like use these new technologies to help you just engage with your peers and all these things just so quick at you through AI and all these things that you don't necessarily have when you're on campus. And especially within Sayota, we have a few systems in place that just makes your life so much easier, especially like you said with door schedules and all those things. You just throw your things up and then you have these systems in place that do all that things in the end. So you're mostly focused on design, which is what we all love doing.
Yeah. And I think there's also a bit of a disconnect, and that's what we're aiming towards changing with the work that Akil is doing, but also the work that we can do in our own different universities, where it seems like we graduate and don't have these skill sets sharpened, and maybe that's a question to ponder upon, is do we, like, what does it mean to be a graduate that's ready for employment? Or do we want to be graduates that are ready for employment, or there's an alternative view that we have? And I think it comes down to knowing these softwares. Are we saying SACAP should be doing CPDs for students, or are we saying the universities should be ensuring that they open up students to a wide variety of these softwares so that when they leave and start interning and working, they kind of know how to use these softwares? I'll be the first to admit, I think one of the most painstaking parts of architecture is creating that money shot render. When I was a student, it's like, whether you're using the technique of collaging on Photoshop or using SketchUp to produce like beautiful imagery, I think this is where AI comes in as a leveling playing field, to be able to integrate with obviously the correct prompting, like Sechaba suggests and encourages, and for institutions to back that up, that evens out the level playing field. Gone are the days of a student coming to a crate with this idea that's in their head, but they're struggling to translate it into a money shot piece. Because let's be honest, within architectural education, there's a whole lot of pretty imagery happening. But I think once we start being able to offset the pretty imagery, we can actually now focus on making things more buildable. And that's what I've started learning as an intern where I work, in that at the end of the day, the nature of our practice is it's a physical act, and we need to build things. And speaking of building things, there's the building of physical artifacts, but I think as a greater discourse, there's a building of our industry and of our economy. And we are super critical of that, right? And not only building that, but creating the jobs as well, which is somewhat of a contentious issue, especially for us when you graduate and then you realize, okay, I've done well, but flip, I'm struggling to find a job. I don't know if you guys want to share any insights on that and how your journey has been in finding employment and the challenges that come with that and how you've been navigating that. Gikelwa?
Hi. So I think I just wanted to touch on, as we were talking about AI being like a game changer, even without the renders, like starting first year to now. Obviously, we know first year, well, at my institution, is hand drawn. But as you get into second year, there's certain things that you can use with AI. Like I've found things that can help you generate like a sun path diagram on your site that does it for you, which is like way quicker. Obviously the BIM using Revit has like really speeds up the process. It's just obviously the learning aspect that's very like, difficult. But once you've grasped Revit, it is really like a game changer, and it helps you with a lot of things. But even just at the introduction of ChatGPT as a postgrad who is obviously writing, you're still designing. ChatGPT really helps because you can, I think the problem with where we face resistance is that they think ChatGPT is more of like plagiarism, when it's more of a tool that you can use to help you understand something and then obviously make it your own. As we've seen with Dr. Sechaba Mathe's work, like he's really taken AI and used it to make his work his own, which is very inspiring to see. So I think, yeah, the use of technology is something that we should aim for, especially going into the working world, because number one, like what has been emphasized is that we need to know technology for the future, or else we're going to be left behind. We're not going to be employable. And also, when you have that knowledge, a lot of, I think, firms and older people get excited because you know something they don't, and you can bring that newness into the firm. So yeah.
Just on that point, before you touch on your journey, I think also this also isn't like a Revit paid promo. They're not paying us.
Yeah, no.
It's only just a tool, whether it's SketchUp. I think there's a lot of
Yeah.
developments happening within SketchUp. Whatever software
Not
you
yet.
comfortable
Not
with.
yet, Tuto. Not yet. We're going to get Revit next time. Lol, I'm joking.
This is not a Revit promo session. They're not paying us. But I think what I'm trying to say is whatever tool that you are using, use it to your advantage, whether it's SketchUp, ArchiCAD, whatever, like research ways of using that software to make it easier. Likewise, if you, a person that likes orthographic drawings, work with that system and look at how your drawings can then be prompts for AI tools. So there isn't one formula. And I think, again, we would be doing everyone a disservice if we promoted a specific way of viewing these alternative parts within architecture. So whatever tools that you are comfortable with and you are exposed to, definitely use them to your advantage. Chaba, you want to say something? I see your hand.
Am I allowed to say something? I just feel like I don't want to interject too much with the young guys who are dropping nuggets here. But I also just wanted to say, you know, this whole thing of AI and all of this stuff, you know, guys, for me, the most important thing is just getting yourself informed and reading. You know, reading will always keep you ahead of the curve. If you listen to some of the talks by the founder of OpenAI, what's his name again, Akil?
Sam Altman.
Sam
But there's a lot of them.
Altman. Yeah, Sam Altman, one of them. He says actually that more than anything, more than playing around on AI or whatever, he reads a lot. And it's not about reading because you want to get head knowledge or whatever, but it's really about learning how to be strategic. You know, like I said, people are making comments here about, well, how do you apply this realistically? You know, this AI thing of yours, we have real projects and whatever. You could have made those same comments when CAD came out. You could have probably made those same comments when Revit came out. And now people are saying the same thing with AI just because they haven't had time to engage it. But those of you who read and who really try and engage and use your mind, like everyone on this panel, you'll find strategies. You'll be a strategic thinker and you'll, you know, beat the game. And for me, what Akil was saying about AI being leveraged to actually deal with some of the challenges you're talking about, finding jobs, making yourself relevant, you won't, someone will get that tool, and because they haven't read and they haven't actually learned how to think strategically, might never see the opportunity. But maybe because you, Tuto, are someone who's forever engaging your mind, forever getting yourself skilled, learning and reading constantly, you might actually know how to leverage it. That's all I want.
Yeah, I think definitely. Going back to this idea of expansion, it's about reading into it, learning into it, and then leveraging it. And that's one of the solutions that we'll be unpacking around, you know, finding employment and how to leverage these skills so that you can present value to the industry. I don't know if you still want to share your story, Kekela.
Okay, yeah, I do still want to share my story. So with me, like, I have had a bit of a different journey to most architecture graduates. So I started my undergrad in 2018 and I completed my undergrad in 2021. But because, you know, in 2021 it was COVID, so you guys, I don't know if some of you guys were in high school, but, you know, the transition from being on campus and also doing part of your degree online was a little bit difficult. So we finished in 2021. Also, the job market was very difficult because we weren't even allowed to go outside. How could you look for a job? So for me, when I finished, I had the option of either going straight into honors because my university offered an honors program, or applying. So because I was so tired, everyone knows how tiring undergrad is, the pressure, the workload. I was like, I would like to learn a little bit more about industry. But I realized when I was looking for jobs, so I had applied for my honors, but when I was looking for jobs, I realized that now when I look back, there are a lot of things that I didn't know. Whereas like from what I'm called when I finished with my undergraduate degree. Like, I didn't know that I'm not a candidate architect. I'm actually a technologist, and those things were on my CV, and also just the basics of putting a CV together. Those things weren't actually on par. So even when I did apply, you'd wonder like, oh, okay, I'm not really getting any responses, or why, you think to yourself like, why am I not being chosen? But it's just like small things like that where I actually didn't know. And okay, so I went straight into honors. I continued my honors. I did that in 2022. And from honors, I went straight into my master's, which I started in 2023, and I'm still working on. But I feel like one of the things that I've learned a lot now being in postgrad about even looking for jobs, because of conversing with friends and also just my own journeys looking for internships, actually job shadowing. And I realized there's like a large disconnect from, this is like where my issues, there's a large disconnect between what is taught in university and what we are expected to do in the working world. And I understand there are two different things, and there are things that you should be learning in university, but I feel like there needs to be somewhere where the gap closes, where like, and as if you look at like understanding architectural practice, it's not the same as studio culture. Studio culture and being in an office are very different things, and you have to be, studio, you can do kind of what you want in a way, like it's very like relaxed, whereas in the office you have to be proper. You're working with professionals, you're now deemed as professional. So only those things I learned from like also being involved in like voluntary organizations and actually like going to architectural offices and jobs. Also things like understanding technology, like how a building is really put together. I feel like in undergrad it's very conceptual, and it should be, but there's a point where we need to really go into the technical drawings, because at the end of the day, and this is what an architect told me, what sells and where you're getting your money is the technical drawings. It's not the pretty pictures, it's not the concept, it's the technical drawings. So those things really need to be emphasized in architectural education, as well as understanding things like, a lot of people end up freelancing. You get once you've got your degree, you end up freelancing, but you don't really know what contract should be put in place and actually how to handle real life clients and, things like the JBCC, those type of contracts that actually protect you. If you're not working under a mentor and architect, if you don't have that, the access to one, you don't really know those things. And I feel like in architectural education, as much as, yes, I understand we need to know the theoretical, the conceptual, understanding how to put buildings together, yes, but we also need to know what to expect in the real world. And I feel like that will better prepare us for what to expect outside, because the aim, once you get your degree, you are studying because you want to have a job and you want to have a career in whatever it is. So I think those things really need to, like, there needs to be something that bridges the gap. And this is not me, obviously, talking bad about my institution. I really appreciate what I've learned, but I feel like in general, and conversations I have had with people from different universities and different walks of, different diplomas, universities, there's that gap that I really feel like needs to be closed so that we can also make ourselves ready for the real world, the professional world.
And I'm glad you say bridging the gap, because that's where we all come in, right? I think the purpose of this webinar also.
Tuto, I'm sorry to get you in on there, guys. You're so polite to each other. Tuto, you cut K there. You say K. No, you're wrong. It's different.
No, let her cook. Let her cook. Let her cook. But I think that the purpose of this webinar is for all of us to build these solutions, right? Because SACAP is not going to be our savior. SIRE is not going to be our
Yeah.
savior. Whatever they do and what we do with our capacity, we need to find ways of bridging that gap. I mean, I made a post the other day on LinkedIn on how, as a first step in finding employment, there's just a lack of awareness on local practices. You know?
Definitely.
Like when I graduated, I couldn't mention even like 6 practices in my city. So how do we start using, whether it's AI or forming online databases that graduates can access and have all these practices as profiles, you know, according to whatever region you're in, the type of work that you're doing. Because if you don't even know that firms or practices that exist, finding employment just becomes a hit and miss, you know. And you mentioned something like freelancing as well.
Yeah.
I think the other important conversation is how do we as young professionals start expanding modes of practicing, right? So there's the importance of registering with SACAP. And if you go to the SACAP website, there's all of that. But it's like the nature of our profession and degree is it enables us with a variety of skills. In a few seconds, we'll pivot into earnings and, you know, the challenges and realities of that. But one of the ways that I've managed to balance my earnings, although it's still pretty fairly like not okay in the grand scheme of things, but it's through graphic design, it's through making models, you know, for lecturers and clients. So I think there has to be a dynamic way of us thinking about what we do with our skills, firstly to leverage them, but most importantly, to make money out of them. Because I think I am, and when I was still in university, I was still for the, you know, struggling architect mentality. That's not cool. And I think we need to make that
it's not cool at all.
We still need to, you know, enhance our cities, enhance and create cultures, but make money while we do that, whilst keeping a people with a profit mentality. But with that being said, I think you graduate and you're like, okay, cool, I've gotten a job. The reality that you don't await is how much you're gonna earn. And then you look at the contract, you're like, yo, you know, I think that speaks to the broader topic and discussion that we need to be having as young professionals, you know. So the question is, what would it take, number one, for us to earn more? Because when you graduate, if there's students here, the reality is you're looking at about 5 to 12K as a candidate architectural.
Tito, just to like cut you there, not to really cut you, but before you get into that, I know Kalen has a very interesting story about how, like, just in the topic before we move on the topic of struggling to find jobs and his job process. I know he has a very interesting story, and I think it'll be nice if he gets to share that before we move on to the topic of earnings. And
thank you, Kay. Yes, I was also thinking maybe I should share it in the next session, because I'm speaking in the next session as well, guys. But just in the grand scheme of things, what happened to my story is that I also just went, after graduating at CPUT, I went into this so-called phase that we all call it, where you apply to so many professions, you try and get your CV out there, and you're just trying to do the most, and then nothing happens to you. You just sit there waiting. And then I ventured into content creation, which we also will be discussing further, of how you can leverage social media, just to brand yourself as a personal brand, and just to get your face out of there. So then, in terms of looking for work, I didn't get work at all. And then eventually, I got called up by Toyota, that I smashed my interview. And then within the first week of working for them, I created like a 30-second clip of just life after graduation. And it spoke about how you just constantly applying and you just get rejected by these companies saying, unfortunately. And then most people probably that are here that knows me, you've probably seen that video. And video kind of went a bit viral. That's how me and
TikTok star.
Okay, kind of got each other, yeah. TikTok, that's kind of how she knew about me as well. And yeah, it's just how you kind of just have to push through that barrier of just putting yourself out there. And it is quite a difficult time to not have work and you don't know what to do with yourself, because a lot of us feel like just after graduating, I'm going to get my dream job and I'm going to work as an architect and I'm going to be earning, like most people say, a lot of money.
So, and some people still have the student loan to pay back.
Exactly.
And then you realize you're going to be earning what, 10K, and you probably can't even pay back that student. So you get what I'm saying? So I think a lot of things definitely need to change. And like I was saying, as a candidate architectural technologist, you're looking at about roughly between 5 to 10, 12 K14 if you're lucky. The practice you're in is like, making great business. And that's a reality we have to face.
But
Right?
that's also very it's quite saddening, because if you think about all the work that you put into, like, I know all of us have everywhere around the world, from seeing different TikToks, all of us have a similar experience where we graft. I mean, according to Harvard stats, remember, it's the hardest degree, but mainly because of the fact that we don't sleep. Like, I know you guys have all had that experience where it's like 2 a.m. in the morning, and you're really questioning, like, the workflow, you cross-nighting because you have to submit, and it's 2 a.m. and you're like, why am I here? Why did I choose this course? Like, you just have an existential crisis, and only for you to finish. And like, yes, we know in South Africa that, jobs are not, youth unemployment is very high, but just to know that even when you do get a job, you're only going to be earning about 5K after the amount of hours, emotional labor, everything, all that stress you've had to endure, health, everything at the end. Like, it's actually very upsetting, because even knowing that architecture is a 7-year degree, we're equivalent to like doctors, not even lawyers study for 7 years. But the what we're earning doesn't even, like, we're not as respected with what
and
we're
even
earning.
after that 7 years, like your pay bracket is somewhere between 20 and 25 if you're lucky, and that's with 7 years and a master's degree, and those are shocking stats. But I think it's a reality, but it's also an opportunity, right? And that's what I want to go into next, Yodane, in terms of we're trying to make this change, right, with the relevant bodies, but also with our energy. So what happens if this does not change in the next 6 months, in the next 12 months, maybe in the next 5 years? Diodene, maybe you can speak about some of the ways that you, with different organizations or even businesses that you have started, how has that helped you stay afloat amidst these troubling times? Because it's all fair and well to complain about the fees, and we should, and advocate for that change. But in the meantime, what could we as young professionals start doing to actually make money, or even start maybe expanding our minds into starting practices in the future?
Tutu, before you
I think,
add to the next
go
I
for
just want to say we should first probably touch on a lot of people that I feel like a lot of students probably in this chat have, is the student debt, which also relates to the topics that you will explain to how to actually cover those type of things. Just remember back to when me and my mom had to go early mornings, dark, even really like 4 o'clock in the morning, to go to campus to see and how we will be able to pay these study loans and trying to get out of that so-called debt. Even though you're pushing hard on the other end to finish your studies, you have at the back of your mind, you have this troubling debt that's worrying you as well. So it's extra stress upon a student that's just trying to get through this, like you call it, 7 year of just grinding. And eventually, once you're done, you still just earn a minimum wage and then still have to pay that back. It's a lot for one student to just carry on his back. So yeah, Diodene, please go
I think,
and share with them how they can overcome that in your sense.
No, I think that's a very controversial and hot topic, which is not discussed in this kind of forums most of the time. And we actually have, like, as part of it, like part of our interaction or section of the program, we need to collect some data and understand what are the stats, because you can't back up your argument without stats, without data. But like, just touching on what Tutu mentioned now, I would have to backtrack a little bit on the conversation and just to start weaving together all those points that we're talking about AI, and how does AI and other things coming to the picture, technology, and how does it impact our proficiency within the field and outside of the field. So as you know, like, my background starts like out of architecture, moving to arts and culture and other like sort of businesses. But with AI, I would say that it's important that we understand that the architectural business or architecture education and practice and other things are now restricted, or it's the main component of it is not just producing drawings. That's like 20 or 40% of what you do with your time in the studio in practice. Most of the time you're doing admin, you're doing a lot of work that like no one sees. And I think for me, like, I'm not very tech savvy when it comes to rendering and all those things. I'm definitely not the person that you're going to call for draftsmanship, but as many people know, I'm involved in so many things. And then comes the question of time. How do you manage? And I think that's where technology comes in handy. That's where you need to manage your time and use all the platforms that you have available to manage your time, to manage schedules, and be able to deliver things on time so that you can actually do the creative and productive things. And that's actually how technology serves, like on a day-to-day in the mundane kind of work. And this is what I do. Like, this is how I manage to balance all the other things that I do besides uni and work, and it works just fine. And then those things again, in terms of how do you leverage from that and use those architectural skills in other spaces, in other fields. I see that from the moment that I started, like that I ventured into architecture, and realized that I became more analytic and created like this sensitivity to understanding like where does something start and how does it flow and where does it end. So that helps me as well to lend my skills to other businesses, like usually with friends that have small businesses, and like just doing consultation and building this portfolio of things that I've been doing, helping other people achieve, and usually very focused in social impact. And those things like go to your CV, to your portfolio, and you start becoming known for that. And that also reflects in the future. Like, I always like to think long-term, like think big. So when I'm reaching out, when I'm doing anything, I think, okay, so this may not give me money today, but it will definitely generate leads in the future, because I don't have a studio. So I'm not signing anything, but like, I know that this will be beneficial in the long run. So that's how I approach it. This is how I see it. And so there's other ways in which you, as you mentioned, like graphic design, but like if you're not experienced, if you're not proficient on that, there's something else that you're very good at that only, or most of the time, only architecture schools can offer you, which is the critical thinking skills, problem solving, and being so programmatic and being able to plan and foresee things, which in other spaces you're not going to learn that. Yeah. Working under pressure, you're not going to learn that in other spaces. And if we don't take advantage of that and lend those skills to other platforms, it's difficult for you to make it in the industry or even outside of it. And just as a reminder, like, I think too, we should really open up the Menti so we can measure the heat in the room. Yeah. And should I share my screen on that while you jump to the other topic? Because there's something in this conversation that we didn't. Should I?
Share your screen right now.
Great. Wait, you guys sharing what Menti? What is that?
Yeah, so this is the fun part of the conversation where you, like, the 1,000 people that are following on Zoom and the hundreds that are on the other platforms can move from an audience that is just listening to participants, that you join this conversation, that you join the space. So there's two options. You can either scan the QR code, or you can go straight to the website, www.menti.com, and enter this code. If someone can put it on the chat or on the Q&A, that will be helpful as well. Let me know when I can move on. So then we have a couple
of screen like this will pop up with a couple of questions that we're all going to enter, and everything's going to pop up as bubbles.
Yeah. Even me, I can see it on my broken phone.
Okay, great. So we can. Tutu, you want to lead us? Oh, wow, I see it's going. Okay, so we have more people that have more than 5 years of work experience. A lot of us are still studying, and one has just started. The rest, I think, they're still busy scanning the QR code or going to the website. And wow, this is very informative, and we can see who are we speaking to, so we can know as well where to focus on in this conversation. Yeah. Let's move on and see what's next. Nice. What topics brought you here today? So we have AI as the main one, architecture, so basically the future of architecture, youth, money, CPD. Nice. We see some honesty. Your time is valuable, so it's super important that we consider that and we aware those CPDs. Oh, things are happening. There's a lot. Okay, there's more words coming up. Identity. I love this. Advice.
Can we have that code again? This is lovely. Sorry, can we have that code again?
Yeah, let me send the code.
Vice President, you're too slow. Vice President, too slow. 811.
I know.
Come.
It's the
thing. We need that code, please.
Wait.
Someone
Let's
said-
go. Let's get
someone in the
the
chat
code.
said-
There's it on top. There's it on top. 8112
someone
1000. It's like the panic
Yeah,
button.
yeah. Oh,
112,
Great.
1000.
Wow, see the
Great.
responses here. 50
happening
people still
here.
starting.
Oh, there's a lot of people.
131
Oh, wow.
working. Wow, this is an
Ah.
amazing audience. Wow, no, this
Yo.
is beautiful, and
Oh,
that's exactly why we're here. Like, so to imagine seeing like who are we speaking to, and where do we want to go from here?
So we got like
And
90
topics
people that
again,
are small
architecture,
babies.
AI, future, CPD, SECAP, youth, and future of architecture still on the top of the list. Technology, and
Wait, guys, can you see Dudane? I can't see Dudane's screen.
I can see.
yeah,
I can still
and
see
look at
his.
this.
Oh,
Like we
sorry,
already have
sorry.
440.
You can move on to the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want to do the next one with
Nice.
And guys, I really want to encourage you to like
is
write your
beautiful, guys.
comments of your experience whilst you're also
yes.
know,
please do.
answering this. Write your comments on what your experiences, what you relate to with
Wow.
the whole studying to working progression, and just your job search. What tips you can offer people,
Mhm.
because this it would be nice to have a conversation on what tips you can offer with the job search. Yeah.
Wow.
Hashtag
Look at
data
this one,
analysis. Look
guys.
at that. Wait,
How long did it
That's-
take you for you to find your current job? About a
wait,
month, 3
Dudane,
months?
we can't see. We can't see. Now it's coming. Now it's coming.
Here we
Looks like
go,
a
there we
brain.
go.
Okay,
There we
say
go.
that. 3 months. We have lots of ashes started. You see, some people didn't wait, or maybe they waited too long and then they started their own practice. And that's when I started as an intern and got hired permanently. It took me 6 months. I'm self-employed and have been for the past 3 years. A few months. It took about 2 years. Wow, 5 years.
Yo.
Yeah.
So
That is sad.
it's a journey, guys. Lifetime. Wow. It doesn't happen overnight for some, but it depends on how you're approaching it. Wow, this is beautiful. Thank you so much for the
you saying overnight. Not a single person here said overnight.
Yeah.
Not
one.
even one. Hey,
no.
there's at minimum the
For
closest
me,
2 weeks.
I'm saying for me, it was overnight. For me, it was overnight success. So like as I say, no,
Don't play
I'm
games with
kidding.
us.
Because as I said, I think long term. Like, so basically, let me tell you that. Okay, basically, even before I moved from Cape Town, from Luanda, from Angola to South Africa, I had a plan. You see, like I'm gonna study here, gonna target these places, these people, these companies, this work, and I think like that. It's not the case for everyone, but like, yeah, perhaps. And it looks like
It's overnight. It's overnight, but there's been a long investment.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, definitely.
Yeah, you can go
Let's
to
see
the
what
next
else we
one.
have here. How much were you paid in your first job? As you guys were mentioning, like
Ooh,
what are the
Yo,
stats?
bruh.
Less than
More than
5K.
10K.
Ha ha ha
Wow.
ha ha.
And
The
I
numbers
mean,
keep going.
think about it. So if you're getting paid less than 5K or even less than 10, you've got to pay rent, right? Assuming that you don't live at home. And that's
But
how,
can you even move out on 5K though, if you think about it?
No,
You
I'm just trying
where you
to
gonna go?
illustrate how that fee is not enough to start being independent as a young professional. So you've got that 5K or even 8K if you're lucky, 10, whatever, but you've got to pay rent. That's anywhere between maybe 2,000, some places even 5,000. And that's already like someone's, salary. And you still need to pay groceries. A lot of practices are in central areas, so you need to commute to your practice. So already just listening to these things, you can see that that's not a way to live as a young professional, And I think in due time, we will drive this energy a lot. And I think things need to change. And we'll speak about it towards the end of the session where we advocate for a broader change in the economy of architecture and how it works. And Kaylee will share a few sentiments on that, but it is shocking.
Yes, and I think also the topic of like, okay, yes, you're earning under 5K and maybe you stay at home, but then you have to consider the distance in which you're traveling. So like, I think like you said, in Cape Town, maybe it's in the city central, but in Durban, most of the construction and the growth that's happening is further out. So the city center is not where you're likely to find a job in architecture. You're likely to find it in more of the outskirts areas like Ballito, Zimbali, further out on the coast, and also inland, further inland. So if you stay central Durban and and you're trying to commute, you're going to spend a lot of money. Like I know someone who commutes every day. She stays quite a distance. Yeah, I wouldn't say where she stays, but she stays quite a distance, and she has to go to the outside. So she stays in, like, what can I say? Maybe it takes about an hour and 45 minutes for her every day taking public transports. And the cost adds up. So there's really, even if you are working, I'm not too sure how much she earns, but even if you are working, a large sum of her money does go to transportation. And I feel like a lot of firms, when they are hiring young candidate architectural technologists, they don't realize that people need to make money to also make a living, because we also have goals and dreams.
Yeah.
Like,
So I think this is probably the perfect time to do that little scheduling.
Yes.
Showcase.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your
Now,
breakdown.
I think the main, let's keep the Menti flowing. People can do the numbers in their head and get shocked by themselves. Say when I was shocked when I started my calculations. But I think what I wanted to drive home is how, with all this being said and done, I think this is the time for us to act, right? And looking at how many people are here, old and young, professional and young professional, this is the platform that we're creating for all of us to come together, share solutions, and work on stuff. I think we all know what the problem is. It's now about how do we start doing things that are actionable. I saw in one of the comments, someone mentioned we need to stop cutting down or giving discounts on professional fees, right? And that's like a whole another level of conversation that I've had with some of my friends in masters. So I think this, in essence, is a ripple effect for all those other conversations that we need to have and equip ourselves. Dr. Chaba mentioned knowledge. For us right now, it's how do we gather as much knowledge of what the industry is looking like? Because sometimes I hear of people who tell me how, you know, it was a good time to be an architect like 10 years ago around the World Cup when a lot of development was happening. So what's our boom? What's that thing that's gonna elevate architecture or construction? And even if it's not an economic boom, like what are some of the other things that people are doing within social housing or within townships, within rural areas? Because architecture is also, you know, not a single dimension of the skyscrapers going in the city, but how do we start having businesses that are profitable in different contexts of South Africa? And I think that conversation is important, which leads to the second thing. Whilst you keep going with the Menti, and I see a lot of people say not sure, it depends. Oh, positive, I use it. Perfect. And this again is we'd encourage people to drop it in the chat, but my question to you guys and myself would be, the other thing is career progression. So cool, you graduate, you're earning a little bit of money, it's not enough. You're doing a little side hustle. And I mean, here's another thought we always speak about with Akil. It's like, okay, if maybe we realize that architecture is not going to make that much money, then we need to be honest and say it's a side hustle, right? So maybe, and is that what we want for ourselves? So I think people need to ponder upon that. What does a thriving young professional look like, and how do we set that up for ourselves? Or no, maybe being an architect is a side hustle, and I've got this other thing that's keeping me afloat. But career progression. You've graduated, you're earning a bit, you need to pay off your student loan, maybe you don't need to pay off your student loan. How do you then sustain that from candidate architectural technologist to professional architect? Maybe is there even a decision that you make personally and say, maybe I don't want to go up until being a professional architect, I want to pivot. You know, you've got the likes of Virgil Abloh, who went on to fashion. I forget her name now, but there's a lady who did the Red Bull Symphony thing now. She's a professional conductor, and she's doing that with an architectural degree. So it's how do you map out your journey, especially as a student or even in these intern years and as a young professional, to set up yourself so that your career progresses in a way that you want and in a way that makes you thrive. And that leads me to my next question of who are some of the qualified professionals, and people in the chat, please do also answer this question. Who are some of the architectural professionals that you look up to, and how has their career progression inspired you, and how is it shaping how you move within our industry?
Who's going first?
Oh, wow.
You can go.
You want to go first? I know who Kalen's professional is, but you can go first, Diedene.
Okay, I'm gonna go first. So, okay, I have one person in mind, and yeah, for a specific reason. Like
Strictly
I believe,
local.
yeah.
Strictly local.
No. I doubt you're gonna guess, but it's gonna make a lot of sense. So I believe in social impact. I believe in design as a tool for social impact, and I work on that and advocate for that. So one of the people that I look up to and I came across, and he opened so many doors and opportunities and changed my perspective in architectural practice in South Africa, because I only saw it as like high-end residential and so on, was Claire Dutovo. So she working, we've worked together. She has lectured me, and we are collaborating in so many other things. So Claire worked at Bitprop, where I also did an internship. She was part of Young Urbanists, part of so many other initiatives, and like her career progression is fascinating. She also started in that space in high-end residential design or detailing bathtubs and stuff like that, to the point that she got, wait, there's so much that can be done with the skills, and then she ventured into urban design, and that's what she does at the moment. And when I came across her, then I came across Bitprop, where I worked, and in the backyarding space in the Cape Flats, then Young Urbanists, advocacy around urbanism, mobility and housing, and many other things. Then he started opening other doors to the Now competition and other things that I do. And the second one would be, I don't need to explain why this one, but it's on the same line, would be Luyanda Mpalwa, like no questions asked, for sure. Yeah, but those are like my main two, at least for here in South Africa.
Yeah. While you're on it, just keep scrolling there so people can see.
Yeah, there's
Dr. Chaba has his hand up. You can speak.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Yeah, Dr. Mappy, I'm gonna be rude and cut you off too before you go there. Sorry, Dr. Mappy, I know there's levels here, there's hierarchies, but I'm sorry.
No,
guys,
this is your stuff. This is your show.
No, this is theirs. But Dr. Mappy, you know, I just got to mention, you know, a lot of your work for me has been particularly influential in the way you've approached it. And, you know, when I first chatted to you, when we did the Future of Architecture podcast 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, and when we were talking, and the way you approach sustainability, that the thought of sustainability led you down to indigenous knowledge systems. To me, that was very inspiring and a very strong argument. So I'm putting that one out here to you, Dr. Mappy.
Yeah. And I think
someone
on
already
side,
Tutos, their favorite.
Yeah. No. I've got a couple, and you know, Mukena is, and it's interesting to see some of the stuff. I mean, so just as a plug, I get some of the Graduate School of Architecture has these practice lectures that they do check them out, and that's how I've gotten to get an insight into these different professionals and how they. I mean, Stephen Anthony, so they're making bank there, but there's different people. Mukena is one of them. Phil Mashabane is one of them. And what touched me, may soul rest in peace, is how competitions played a very important role in his career. And I'm someone who's entered a lot of competitions. I mean, a competition that I'm working on now. And it's interesting to see how in his journey, doing the competitions was his leverage within the industry, but also in acquiring work with the state, right? Where even at risk, the practice would enter competitions, sometimes without a brief, and propose the buildings that need to be made. So I think that as a way of moving, because again, our industry relies a lot on the state as a client or a private client. So what happens when clients are quiet? You know, Dr. Chaba's favorite term is patrons. And the industry we're in, unfortunately, is a very patron-heavy industry where you've got to have someone who has the money, whether it's the state or an individual, who then commissions you to build something. So how Phil Mashabane moved in his career was inspiring, because he inverted that and was like, okay, we're going to find patrons from the community, or we're going to create the work regardless, and then the patrons will then be attracted. So I think that as a way of moving is also an interesting one. I see Sumaya. I know Kikela, you look at, do you want to share on that?
The Sumaya Valley is she's a very inspiring architect. Also, we have to lift up women architects, you know, acknowledge them, and she's South African, so which is even better. I think her career progression is really inspiring because, number one, she's young in comparison to the people that actually So just for anyone who didn't know, she won the Serpentine Pavilion competition in 2021, and she's actually the youngest architect to do so, and she's South African, which is, you know, amazing. And also, I think it's nice to see that she started from relatable beginnings, as she went to UP and then she went to Wits for a master's. So she's been to the universities that we're attending, and it
she was
shows
tutoring
that,
at UGA, just like all of us.
yes, she was teaching at UGA, which is really cool because it shows that these are people, like, you know, when you think of star architects, you usually think like, oh, they're so far away, like, you know, celebrities. But then I think it's nice to have her as someone who is still very involved, and also the fact that her practice, the counter space, is not really like well, let me not say every other practice, but like the regular practice where it's building, it's more research focused and conceptual, which is different. So I really appreciate her different approach to architecture, and you know, it's very inspiring for even just women, young women in architecture, to know that when you put yourself out there, I think a lot of it comes from starting to put yourself out there, and showing what your creative ideas and sharing them with the world, something will come up for you. So that's one of the most motivating things. And this last year she was nominated as the rising star for Dezeen, is it Dezeen? I'm not too sure how to pronounce it.
Moves for sure.
Yeah, she's making moves. So I think it's just inspiring for us. I also see
wait,
Francis,
guys, wait, hierarchy is here. Dr. Mappe is he's like
Yeah,
outside of you.
Yeah,
Like you kids, shut up, kids. We don't want to hear that. Just wait. Joking. Well.
Go for it.
No. So look, I won't interject many more times. I just wanted to say, Tato stole what I was going to say. I wanted to say to SACAP that, and saying it to them here while everyone is here, is that one of the biggest things we need to do is not just promote architecture amongst ourselves as architects. We all know what we do as architects, and we're not needing other architects to help us get jobs. I mean, yes, I understand that young people need to be employed by architects, but we also need the public in South Africa to understand the value of architecture. And, you know, I've been going on this drive. People think I'm going on these podcasts because I want to be on podcasts. I'm actually going out there because I'm trying to promote architecture to the general public in South Africa, so that when you say to someone, this is what I do and this is how much I charge, people understand the value. So that's actually something that we haven't done properly in South Africa, which is promote architecture to the public and help the public understand. And that's partly, I don't know if SACAP is the one who created this rule that we as architects are not allowed to advertise. But for me, that thing is really problematic because, you know, the companies who historically had the networks and the patrons, and, you know, they are seen to be more believable and more, you know, capable of doing the work. And we don't have those networks, and we're not allowed to advertise our practices, you know, like how people advertise on TV or whatever. So how do we promote ourselves? So SACAP is supposed to create rules that are going to unlock for all of us who previously, you know, who didn't have the kind of thing. And then just about Sumaya, you know, another thing is we need to also be careful about things that are happening overseas and things that are happening at home. Because overseas, just imagine, you might find that not many people can practice designing buildings there because the market is so saturated. In London, there's so many buildings there and they're already like built up and everything is heritage, so you can't do anything. So people survive doing exhibitions, doing, you know, talks, doing things like that. And then we look at them and we're like, oh yeah, you know, these guys are doing all these cool things overseas, and, you know, we bring that into our space, and then there's no money for exhibitions. There's no money for whatever, you know, for being a curator or all these cool things that people think are those things that they're working overseas. Here, we still have hospitals to build and schools to build and clinics to build and lots of stuff to build. We can't say that architecture is not about buildings. People who say architecture is not about buildings is because they're trying to survive in Europe and in America, where, you know, the place is saturated. And so now you have to say architecture is not about buildings. So I just wanted to put those 2 points on the table. and to say, Cap, you need to help us all, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
Tutor, sorry guys, I'm also going to just add in there a little bit. Sorry guys, I'm hijacking your thing now, but it's in response. See, the elders are talking now, eh? So just in response to Dr. Mape on the note of promotion, I think we live in an age where self-promotion is a necessity to some degree to get your stuff out there. I think it's a needed thing. And to my understanding, I don't think there's a necessary ban. There used to be at some stage, some time ago, that there was like a formalized statement that you can't promote your work, but you are very welcome to do now, especially in a competitive economy. But I think it's before it was about like, if it's a lawyer, you must have your name on the door kind of vibe. There was also different systems back then where everyone used to get work. But I think you guys will start to touch on that a bit more. I just want to bring to the attention one thing, because I keep seeing the money going around there, guys. It's like we have accepted that our dignity is not sufficient enough for us to fight for our fees. And maybe that's a very mean statement to make. But like, to earn well is very closely tied to your dignity and your integrity. And by allowing this to have happened to us, that we are accommodating 5,000 Rand as a salary, that does show dire situations. But the fact that we haven't innovated as creative people to find a way around that, it really saddens me. And I'm talking again from experience myself, being offered those sort of low salaries and at times having to suffer in that way. And then trying to diversify. The soil is ripe to create something good. But the fact that we've sort of accepted it, the struggle life, like, no, it's okay, I'll be okay, Like we have watered down our souls to accommodate what the industry is trying to pay us, when the industry should be what we are trying to make it to be. We're supposed to design it differently. But anyway, I think I'm too much there. Tuto, you guys have a lot better insights and a lot smarter ideas than me. So the elder will keep quiet now.
I think, yeah, just to elaborate on Dr. Sechaba's point, so I'm doing my master's, and part of it is going out and speaking to the public, and just the whole process, I found it very shocking, and it really brought to light the fact that no one really knows what architects do. On top, they just think it's all about the pretty building, but they don't really understand that we're actually designing spaces for humans. Because if you speak to your average person, or maybe I can say your average South African, they think if you're talking about architecture, you're talking about only infrastructure, not the fact that it's more on a social aspect, like you're designing for life to happen in these spaces. So when I was trying to find placements of where I could do my primary research for my master's, a lot of people didn't know what I was talking about. Like I really had to break it down into layman's terms. And I feel like starting from there and maybe SACAP can help us with that. Starting from there and talking about that buildings are designed for humans would really actually start to change things. But yeah, so you can.
Yeah, and that presents an opportunity. Like I'm a solutions thrower. So if anyone in the chat like was willing to collaborate after this, let's come together and do something about it. And speaking about how to promote ourselves, I think the next session that we'll be going into speaks a lot about that, as far as leveraging social media, the influencer community, and we've got an Astound architect, Black Sable. I saw it was one of the entries there. So do look out for that. He'll be also part of that panel. But I think this more than anything, like we love that you guys are here. We love that the chats are booming. It's how do we then take this energy and go do something about it? And it's all of us. Like whoever's speaking here does not know better, or we here to gather solutions and like go for it. So I think, I'm not sure, Kaylen, you're running the second session. Do you want to maybe take a break, or do you want to go straight into it?
No, I think maybe the people need a break, a coffee break, a water break, energy break, smoke break, whatever they feel like doing. And then we'll meet back at 1, because there's also a few people that I need to join. That's part of the panelists that needs to speak with me on this.
Yeah.
Does that sound like you?
I think at 1 is probably good, guys, and I think at 1 we have a lot of people on break that are not working, that will additionally come to join. So guys, please try and save your seat, or don't hog the seats, guys. Maybe you must leave, come back. I don't know, right? I don't know, right? I don't have the answers. But Tuto, Kaylen, sorry guys, just want to mention before you guys continue, the next segment, guys, please return, because the things that the guys are going to be looking at is measuring how can we do this change, are there practical solutions, and must we come to the conclusion that architecture is a side hustle, and so we must pursue other things that will sustain us in life, and greater stuff than that, because from what they have, the little they have shared with me, I think the point is, if you leave today and you don't do anything about it, then it's completely your fault if you are going to have poor salaries and uninteresting work, because there is an opportunity now, and if we don't critically engage and come to a conclusion, yes, it sucks or it's going to be great, then that's all of our fault, and not yours or singularly. It's all of our fault together, and we have to put time limits to this. We're not kids anymore. All of us are adults here experiencing life, and if we don't do this, the generation after us will suffer 10 times more and potentially not have a field anymore. Anyway, that's me, over and out. Tuto, sorry guys, back to you, Tuto.
Before we close this segment, just for clarity and for housekeeping, like this, there's quite a few hands from the attendees that have raised, and they have questions or comments. So I don't know if there's okay, that's
so officially we are on a break. So if anyone wants to rest a bit or go get water, say at 1 o'clock the session will continue. But for all of us who are still here, you can, what's this thing, unmute yourself and then speak. I'm not sure, because we're on a different Zoom, right? Like a panelist.
Yes, so
easy it is to unmute yourself and speak. But we can
someone can
manage where if anyone else is speaking, unmute yourself and let them finish.
Tuto, I think they can't unmute, because as a case they can't unmute. But they can actually just look in the chat and then see something interesting and then just take it from there.
Okay, so that's a problem.
If you want, go for it. If you want, because I see there are 9 hands from attendees there. If you want, I can
unmute those specific ones.
Yeah.
Perfect. Let's do that.
Okay. Let me do that for those who are still here.
Yeah. We're on the break, but we can take those questions while we're on the break.
Just while you guys are doing that, is it possible if there's people that's supposed to be on the panel list that can't get in, if it's their time to speak, that we can maybe just unmute them from the audience?
Okay.
All those who should be on the panelists, they can send me email. I can give them a link.
Yeah, okay. Perfect. Thank
you. So I'm gonna start with Samuel, then John, then Simule, Anton, Vicky, Tsepo, Warren,
and
then Desmond. Okay. In that order, please.
Please give us some game.
But it's the people that are being
maybe they're gone.
But if they can, just make sure that you brief and straight to the point, so that we don't overrun the time. That's all they can.
Yeah.
Make it matter.
Hello.
Yes.
Is it my turn?
There we go.
Yeah, you can come
through.
It's whoever we can hear.
Okay. I'm Latile Siamule. I'm an architect at school at Wits. Hello?
Sure, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me. Yeah, I think it's a nice, interesting topic about AI and how it's affected architecture and everything. I think more than everything, like I worked for a very great architect called Michael Hart. I used to tell him he's the best architect I've ever met. And he used to say to me, just know where to find information. And when you get in the real world, you notice that architecture is more than just a drawing. You know, like I was watching the George video at home, and I called my family, and I'm like, you see, you can design a building and something can happen like this, and then you kill people. But people only see architecture as just a drawing, as just another drawing. So I think AI will help you solve a lot of problems. But I remember Mike, my former boss used to say, always draw, because when you draw, you solve a lot of problems. So I'm one of those architects who still draws by hand. but everybody seems to like seeing 3Ds. So in terms of some of the questions about fees, my mentor used to say an architecture firm is a business. Treat it as a business and you see how things work out. Because I remember when I was struggling to find a job after finishing, I went to one of the big firms in Sandton. I wouldn't mention it. When I got to the gate, I knocked. I'm like, hello, I'm looking for a job. And they're like, no, you need to set an appointment. And I'm like, that's how people do it. Because when you come to Botswana, there's a lot of architects who have helicopters, who can afford a lot of stuff. But these people tell you, my company is a business. You don't just come into my architecture firm. So the other thing that I've also can talk about is AI is great, but I think a lot of things need a human element, you know. There's a lot of buildings. I've been to Geneva, I've seen a Stefan Antonio building, and I can always tell the beautiful buildings designed by South African architects wherever I go. And I noticed that there's also a human touch and a signature that people put in the buildings. It's more than just a 3D. The other thing, you were talking about fees and everything. When you come to Botswana, everybody's suing each other for fees because people, I always tell people, a Cape Town house is R500,000. And my mentor always says, if you don't have the money to pay, there's no point because I have a family to feed, I have other things to do. So I think it's all about having what I managed to do is to study property. I think I managed to understand the bridging gap between architecture and property because when I look at real estate now, I can see that people are building more healthcare buildings. They're building affordable housing, which is what I worked on. And when I look at office spaces, there's a lot of empty office spaces in Sandton that people don't even know what they're going to do with that space. Like when I'm looking at Discovery Building now as a property developer, I can look at it and say, how do you convert Discovery Building to housing? It's impossible. But my mentor used to say, everybody needs a place to stay. So if you are in the housing market, you more or less get a little bit of work here and there. So looking at, I was listening to questions about Sechaba, talking about barriers to entry. You know, I think when I got to South Africa, I've noticed there's a lot of barriers to entry. Like lawyers have called me twice to verify my qualifications. And when I read a lot of books, it's just like, do a good job. You know, people will always come. And I think more than anything, there's more to life than just architecture. People are doing other things while they're running practices. Like what I've found is if somebody is doing a development, you can design some of the units and use those units as collateral and say, no, instead of giving me fees, I have a property company that we can use. So give me a few units because people are not ready to take out money at the beginning, but they have all these beautiful dreams. And I've noticed that, yeah, like he's saying, you only send email.
Hello. Because of time, let's limit all the questions to a minute so that we can accommodate a lot of people.
Sorry. Yes. Yeah. So I think with architecture, like any other degree, it's how you treat it. And like I've moved away from the architecture. Yes, I can design buildings, but it's about how you do it. Like some people, I'm giving property advice like a venture capitalist, where I'm like, okay, I'm not registered, but I can tell you what works in South Africa, where you can go. And I think the other advantage of going to South Africa, you notice that they have the same standard in Nigeria. When I've tried registering in Hong Kong and Swaziland and Lesotho, you notice that when you go to those countries, even though they say there's barriers to entry, you find that there's somebody, the person adjudicating in Swaziland went to VITS. So he might sympathize with you because you went there. So I think it's all about how you work. That's all.
Let's give someone else a chance. Thanks, man.
Yeah, thanks.
Sure. Quickly, next few people, like we've got 10 minutes and then we're going into the next session. Thanks for those insights, though, Liadile. There's a whole lot of game that was shared there. I don't know if anyone else, Warren, you had raised your hand. Or John, I see Anthony also. Vicky. Yeah, they're probably on the break. Okay, Isaac, let's go.
Yeah, I think, guys, maybe even you guys, if you guys want to just have a quick break before we start, guys, just to recoup, we can also meet separately. Put you guys on mute and your cameras off, and then we'll take it from there, guys. We maybe just need to sort out some issues.
Okay, cool. We can sort them out. I'll stay on this side with the SACAB, what's the thing, main account to manage this. But go for it, Isaac.
Okay, right. Cool, guys. I'll see you guys just now.
Okay, Isaac's not saying anything. We can't hear you. Lucas, I see you unmuted. Do you want to go?
I'll turn something. When you go into the room.
Liatile, please mute yourself.
Oh, sorry.
Sure. Isaac, Lucas.
Yes. Can I talk? It's Lucas.
Yeah, let's go, Lucas.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
It's Lucas here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, I only wanted to know that how to connect the IA in my computer because of I struggle to do it. That's the question only that I wanted. I will hear you from.
Sweet and short. Take my email. So my email is tutovilagazi, like full name @gmail.com. And let's get in contact. We'll have a call and speak about it. And I'll also connect you to Akil. But let's do it. Definitely reach out. Or on LinkedIn. Again, it's tutovilagazi. Straightforward, and we can speak about it. Thanks for that question. I think the intention is to send out more tutorials across the weeks. There's stuff that we're doing, and we'll be sharing knowledge on it. Ryan, quickly.
A good day, everybody. The question that I would like to ask here is will AI be fully integrated into architectural software? And if so, what would the advantage and disadvantages be? That's just a question for anybody to answer.
Okay, we'll bank that. I don't know if anyone wants to answer it, but I'll also answer it. But I just want the other people who have raised their hands to say something, and then we can address everything all at once. Kabata, see you unmuted yourself. Do you want to say something, maybe?
Oh, yes. Afternoon. My question is in terms of these programs that I assume they are add-on in terms of doing AI. Where can we learn about them? Like, is there training for them? Because I've been searching for a bit of training. It's difficult to find institution to offer such AI training to collaborate with architecture.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gabat. I've noted that. Anyone else? Anthony? Vicky?
Hi.
Hi, Kia.
How are you?
Oh, good, man.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question is to the first speaker about AI. Like my curiosity actually is, aren't we feeding AI with like information that's like human to make it human? You know what I'm saying? It isn't gonna AI end up taking everybody's jobs and, you know, like designing in its artificial intelligence way? That's my question there.
Sweet. Thanks.
Okay.
I've noted that as well. Any last question before we round up everything and prepare for the second session? It can also be a comment, like a very quick one.
Tuto?
Yeah.
Can I answer the one question before that was just asked?
Yes, sure. Go for it.
Okay, this gentleman asked, raised a question that about AI, you know, taking over, etc. I don't think AI should be feared by anybody. Any person can learn AI or be in pursuit of AI. AI, I think, is not going to take over our jobs. You know, it's not going to be a potential threat, but we can use AI to enhance our job as architects and draftsmen, to enhance our jobs. But when it comes to the authenticity of designing structures, buildings, homes, bridges, etc., we still need to tap into that human psyche of creativity and innovation in order for us to design the structures and buildings that we do in the industry. I think we should only use AI as a resource of maybe inspiration and visualization. But as a matter of fact, the true idea, what I think is that at the end of the day, the true visualizers of structures and buildings is us, not AI. Human beings invented AI, not AI invented human beings. You know, it's not the other way around.
Guys,
we can
sorry for
we
cutting.
control
Like,
AI.
I noticed that we only have 2 more minutes, and there's still
minutes.
some people in the panel that would like to speak. I'm not sure if we would still be able to give them a chance.
Okay, then I cut myself off here. The
No,
rest can talk.
thank you for that, Ryan. I think you answered it really well, and it kind of answered your question. It seems like the other people weren't speaking, like the hands are raised, but I don't think they're back yet. So what we'll do is, Chaba, you had your hand now. I think you well versed in this topic. If you can, maybe you can just do a quick roundup. Then I'll do a quick roundup for Nkabata on where to find these resources, and then we'll do session 2. But I think in terms of it opening up to questions is closed now. After session 2, more questions can be asked and comments can be made. But Chaba, you can just maybe round up all the AI questions, then I'll speak about
So it's just a simple thing. I'll say that it's too early for us to be too overly conclusive. We need more research in terms of AI. So I'll just give you a very simple example. Like I mentioned earlier, if you as an architect go and you live like me, my home is in Kuruman, and you know, in Kuruman you can only go get materials from Cash Build. But you know, as an architect using materials from Cash Build, you usually use them in specific ways. But what if you could use the AI to help you think about using them in new ways that you've never used them before? You know, so that's like one example, which is, you know, it doesn't have to be. So say, for example, you could use the AI to leverage existing budgets and existing materials. And you can now, you know, using the same budget and the same materials, do much more than what you could have done in the past. So it's not to say it's taking over for you, but it's helping to enhance your existing practice, even if it's a small practice. So it's too early, and you know, people are making too many conclusive remarks. But I think we still need to do some more research and use the tools more, and then we can have a better understanding. Right now, it's way too early. Thank you.
Yeah,
totally agree with you, sir.
Yeah. So yeah, Ryan, Isaac, and Lucas, just unmute mute yourself, just in case you forget once session 2 starts. But Kaylen's about to introduce session 2, and just for Nkabata, and we'll touch this again towards the end when we speak about voluntary associations. So I think the primary role of voluntary associations is to equip professionals with what's relevant and what's latest for their continued professional development. And I think in some way, there's a lack of servicing the industry in that regard with how to, I mean, we stay in these JBCC CPDs or a CPD on facade systems, but I think maybe we advocating also for a variety of these CPDs on AIs, CPDs on how a small practice with a small budget can be able to use some of these resources to equip themselves. But for instance, for Revit, you've got something called EF tools. Check that out, completely free. You've got EF tools, you've got die routes, and again, at a practical admin level, one of the things that takes up a lot of time in the practice is a simple thing like exporting sheets, right? So once you have a system of how to do that and do that quickly, you can use things like die routes. You've got EF tools that, you know, helps with sorting out door schedules in a click. And I think maybe what your question is making me realize is the voluntary associations, whether dependent or independent, should be having some of these CPD talks because they are more valuable to practices and people have started their own business. And I'll write that down. But without wasting any further time, I don't know if Kaylen and everyone is back and we can prepare for session 2. And again, once again, thank you to everyone for your insights, because we're using this as a platform to propose solutions, hear what people think, but like just now, writing stuff that can be actioned later. Go ahead.
I also just want to mean, I think for everyone's hand that's up, we'll get back to you. Please put all of your questions in the chat. I think there'll be some people that are returning in a short amount of time, but we've been able to keep the 1,000 mark quite well. I don't think it's necessarily about the numbers. It's more about other people who are in this call, the people that are going to try to make a change, that are interested in seeing it through. I think you have to care a little bit about yourself and your own integrity and your own dignity. And I think that's something that will be discussed soon. I just want to check if everyone is back. Caden, why I'm interrupting you here?
No, I is I just people to join.
Yeah, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping very quickly.
Yes.
I just want to on the time, maybe we'll give 2 to 3 minutes for a little bit more people to join. I think if it will be okay with SACAP, we will go over the half-an-hour mark on 2. So we won't finish at 2. We'll finish at 2:30 so that we can get in everything that we need to get in. I think that extra half an hour will help. And if people need to leave, of course, everyone is welcome to leave. But I think the second half of the session, which focuses on what can we do, is more valuable than me ranting and going on in the first half about all the problems. This is the thing that we need to take agency on, because if we don't do it, you can never expect any sort of change. And that's the change makers are here in the second round. Kaylin, let's just see if we got 1 more minute, and then I think maybe we should move on. I just want to check, Munetsi, is that okay? Vice President, is it okay to go on to about 2:30? Will that be okay with you?
Yes, no problem. You can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Akil, you and your colleagues can go on to 2:30. You can keep on going. I have set the day out for this session, so you keep on going.
Thank you very much. We'll be very respectful of everyone's time and keep it to 2:30. But we got massive names here like Jacobus, Ace, and we got a Ruan, and we got so much of good things to share here. So thanks everybody. Kaylin, I will be quiet now, and it's all yours. Thank you very much.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, of course.
There we go. So hello everyone again. Thank you for joining the second session. We'll be speaking about the future of architecture. So just to introduce myself, I'm Kaylin Jacobs, and I'm thrilled to be discussing how social media can influence and transform our careers as architects. Just a little bit about myself. I studied at CPUT, and I completed my BTech at CPUT, and I'm currently working at Toyota. I'll just quickly share my screen with you guys. I believe this one. Can you guys see the screen?
Propose we can see it. It's a presentation in small mode. So if you want to go big, you're welcome to.
There we go. Can you see it now?
Yeah, can see it. Fantastic.
1 second. So just my story. I'll give you guys my story and why I went into social media. So just after graduating from CPT, I was excited and yet scared of the unknown, as we all are. A few months went by without having any work and sending my CV to so many companies that I didn't get any responses from. The response I did get was unfortunate, as most of the people that saw this video. I then went into content creation with a few brands, as I had the passion for creating and editing videos at the time. A few weeks went by, and then I got a call from Toyota saying that I smashed my interview and I eventually got a job as joining their team. My first week at Toyota, I created just a small 30-second clip of just explaining the process of life after graduating and just the struggles we have of not finding work. But yet with patience, time, and hard work, the right thing will come your way. So then also something I believe in is that hard work does beat talent every day. So just keep at working hard at yourself. Also keep in mind that I'm a small creator, and with this video going viral within the company, and it even made newspapers, as you guys can see on this page, just a 30-second clip essentially changed my life forever. This video then got the attention of Akil, that's with us here today, which gave me this opportunity to sit in front of you guys and show the power of social media and how it can change your life just by posting. So it's quite a full circle moment sitting here, speaking to people that I know. It's also in Block Week at CPUT. It's just a full circle moment. But then just to engage with the audience a bit more and not make it about myself, please let me know in the chat if you guys can chat. Currently, your portfolio, is your portfolio on a PDF format, LinkedIn format, Instagram format, or somewhere online. Whichever format it is, please put it in the chat so we can just see what are people, if you actually believe in going online and things like that. So while you guys are doing that, I'll just quickly explain to you guys the two types of content creators. So you get content creators that, I'll just close my screen maybe, or I'll show. Anyway, so you get content creators and then you get faceless content creators. So content creators are people that's brave enough to put themselves out there, show their face to people, and yeah. And then you get faceless content creators who people are behind the scene but still post content about things that are relevant. Content creation isn't just about entertaining people and making funny TikTok videos. You can also get so much knowledge from these social media platforms. So first of all, I want to introduce Black Sable, that's here with us today, of Heavy Eater. He has over 80K Instagram followers that provides his followers with engaging content about things to look at while designing, which I found very helpful. So we'll consider him as a content creator because he's out there putting his face up, not shy, and speaks to the people. Then we have Ruan, that's from All of Arc, that has over 860,000 people on Instagram. Also a big content creator, and he also provides his followers with projects from all around the world that people get more inspiration from, which we consider as a faceless content creator. So he doesn't show his face at all. Then we have Now, that's also up and coming and will also be speaking to us today. And then we have Michaela. I'm not sure if she's here in the call, but we can unmute her. She's also individual from TikTok and Instagram, which showcase how she can just showcase the projects of while studying. So this is more like a personal brand, showing how she does and interact with the audience. So just to start off, we're gonna interact with these big social media people that we have here today. Jacobus, can you please unmute yourself?
I'm unmuted, ready to go.
Here we go. I love the energy.
I love how I'm mentioned first when there's Ruan who's got the 860. Come on, dude. This is 10x.
No, Ruan might not show his face because doesn't have a we'll have to see. So just tell us a bit about yourself and your architectural background.
Sure. So I studied at WITS. It feels like a lifetime ago. I graduated in 2015. I took my time getting there though. And then, I don't know, struggled to find work, exactly what you guys have described. Also was a bit picky about what I wanted to study or where I wanted to work. And then fell into kind of designing in like lodges and then focused that as a specialization. And so that became like essentially Black Sable's niche. But the social media thing is like, I don't know if I should touch on that right now, but in terms of, I don't know, I love drawing. I love thinking about culture, business culture, and creating an amazing team and a high performance team. I'm sure the team will attest to that, hopefully. And I do have a passion for sharing knowledge. It's been something that's been with me my whole life. I used to teach martial arts, then teach yoga currently. And so that kind of has led to me teaching or trying to share as much knowledge as I can around architecture.
Okay, so you would basically say that that's the reason of you getting into content creation, and in that sense.
Well, that landed later, but effectively that's where I've ended up. But it's not where I started. I started with the whole like, I'm going to show myself and all my cool work. Check out all these cool things that I can do. But it has evolved over time because when you're going into that space. But I think that Ron would talk first, and then I'll carry on.
Okay, and then I'll just ask you a question with regards to having this amount of followers on your end. Does it feel like you have in this space of architecture? And how do you feel with having that voice and having all those followers? That's the question, basically.
It's an interesting question because I think one of the main things that it's given me is that imposter syndrome isn't so loud anymore. Like it used to be very much like, who are you to be or demand or ask for certain things? And that was a thing that kind of constantly, like, you kind of self-doubt the importance of your voice. Whereas now, I'm like, no, I have something to say and people want to listen. So there's value in my perspective and what I have to bring. So I think that's been the biggest change that's happened with that. But then also, the idea of like having that amount of followers is more that, it's weird you say like, oh, it's that much, but then you go, yeah, but it's not 860. And I'm sure Ruan is the same. He's like, yeah, but it's not 1 million, So
Yeah,
that number, as much as you're like, oh, it's amazing, it's like it's both amazing, but also like, yeah, it's not what it could be, for argument's sake, right? So there's always that's always there. And what's interesting is that also for the last I don't know, 2 months, we've basically just been losing followers the whole time. So there's been no net gain, which has also been interesting to work with.
So yeah, you consider that as some as the challenges that you went through. So also maybe speak on the challenges you went through in terms of maybe negative comments, or like you said, losing followers. How did you overcome that?
So the losing followers is quite interesting, because ultimately it's like focusing on something you have no control of. I have no control about people following the stuff that we do.
Yeah.
So ultimately it's like, to agonize over that is essentially a pointless exercise. It's much better to go, okay, let me rather focus on what I can control, which is posting and sharing and trying to create the best video content that I can create, and be more engaging as I possibly can, and doing things like this, reaching out and kind of being more present. So that's very much been the focus now, is to not try and get that number as high as I can, because ultimately it's out of my control.
And sorry to cut you off, JP.
Yeah, it's fine.
Probably the question that all of these people are wondering, what those followers, is the channel monetized, and do you make money from it? And if so, how long did it take you to get to that point?
Damn, man, I make buckets, tons. I make so much. No, we don't make nothing. Like we make, no, we've tried partnering with certain companies, and like, okay, like, and they've been able to, they paid us a sort of small amount to make a couple of videos for them, reels for them, which we did. You'll see that there's a couple of sponsored reels, but ultimately it's not why we do it. Like, it's not why I do this. It's like, it's not, that's not the reason. You have to want to do it for other reasons than money. For me, it's kind of like, I'm sure if you look at like Michaela's page, there's a lot of talk about struggle, like the struggle of architecture. And that was very much my experience with Varsity. It was the struggle of, lecturers maybe not explaining something correctly that I could understand. So like Varsity was not an easy experience. So this is kind of like generating and helping that person that, Jacobus from 2007 or 8, or, that had a really difficult time, to like help that guy and hopefully help other students kind of find their way of going through this morass that is the architectural degree.
No, thank you for that. That's quite helpful. I think Ruan, the aviator, might have different things to say about that. So then, touching on that, Ruan, are you in the call? Are you here?
I am here. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Can hear you. Can hear you.
So that's what he looks like.
Finally, finally, it's a face behind it all.
Why is he hiding that? It's a good face.
Oh wow! No.
Oh wow!
No. You see the logo, you see the page. You don't criticize it for who's behind it, because it's for a long time it's not just me behind the page. So I don't want to represent myself, and then there's a lot of people that have been involved and are involved with the process, and what is all of architecture and all those type of things. So yeah, no, but yeah, thank you for having me here.
No, thank you for joining. But just for most of the people that maybe do not follow you on just explain a bit about yourself and like what you guys post, and things that they might not know about you.
Okay, yeah. So me in my own capacity, it's Ruan, and I was an architecture student when we started Olive Architecture, and Olive Architecture was started in 2015, basically as an archive for a friend of mine in the Netherlands called Mathieu Veldman, that was an interior architect back then, and I was an architecture student, and we had these niches that we were interested in, but we couldn't find information. Arc Daily was still coming up, the zine was coming up, all these resource spaces, but it's only showcased successful architects that can afford photographers and people that are that can showcase their own work in a specific budget area. And then social media, this access tool to many platforms and people, we wanted to start archiving and finding projects that we found interesting, engaging with those people, and then sharing those projects, not only just as an archiving space for us, and purely out of hobby, out of interest for us to to use it as a Pinterest board, as what we now would do on Pinterest, we did on Instagram back then. It engaged us with a lot of people and engaged us to showcase their work. And then suddenly we saw an interest for other people, other designers beyond the architecture space, having an interest in this archive that we're building. And it's not a searchable thing. It was in that time really time-based. It's posting today, it's new content, you followed that. And people really followed that timeline and building up. So in the first year, it grew about 100,000 people. And we like, well, something's happening here. And we started other pages as well that grew alongside all of architecture, like all of sketches, all of renders, all of these pages being managed by different people in different places. But each niche to their own, sharing content in that space for people to learn. And I think as an educational tool, but also as a inspiration tool, we have always connected it to just a space of inspiration. And yeah, that's what we do, is we share content, and we later on started creating content. So first the content curator, and then a content creator, and then that merger of things happening. And then following started building, and got out of hand a bit.
But just on that, as I can hear from yourself and your Jacobus, it sounds like you guys kind of saw a gap in the market for yourselves, as like looking back, as like this, like when I was looking 10 years back, what would have helped me today in this current time? And that's kind of the niche you guys win with, as we don't have maybe the projects to see every day to inspire us to design our designs that we want to do in campus. So we draw from other things, other overseas projects and things where we have local projects that we can share with people as well, which is quite interesting. And then none other than, I don't know if Michaela's here. She's not here, then we can.
She's here.
She's here. Michaela, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect.
Here we go. So yeah, it's the same thing. Basically, just try and share with people on your end how you went about yourself, and how you're going about engaging with your creators or with your fellow followers, and how you teach them basically daily tips and things like that.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm Michaela. I'm actually an international student in the UK, so I'm studying architecture. I just finished my second year, and I'm going into my third year in September. And I guess my page revolves more around the reality of what being an architecture student is like, because I feel like a lot of high school students, I mean, you have to make the decision when you're 16, 17, 18, and you're really young and you don't really know what you're getting yourself into. So yeah, I guess my page just shows the reality of that, because, you know, the degree is not an easy degree and people don't really know exactly what it entails. So I feel I kind of bridge that gap of like, I'm very real with my content. So I show the good sides, the bad sides, the hards, you know, the highs, the lows. And yeah, I guess I just try and show that part of it, like what it actually is like being an architecture student and the behind the scenes of it.
Yeah, so then also with regards to that, have you faced any challenges with negative comments, or just also like Jacob said, losing followers? How's that?
Yeah, I mean, I guess because I'm not obviously a professional, I am a student myself. I'm not perfect. I don't know everything. I'm also like on this journey of learning. I feel like because I have the following and people looking up to me, sometimes, you know, if I'm not perfect, I kind of do have that pressure that I have to be performing at a certain standard. And if I'm not necessarily, then, you know, there's a lot of people commenting on that. But you got to just realize that I'm a student as well. I'm taking you guys along with me in this process. And I think that's what's so good about my page, is that I'm taking you through my mistakes. And yeah, I guess it's quite vulnerable putting myself out there as a student, but I think it's important to show that, like, you know, there's difficulties, there's going to be good days, bad days. And yeah, people are going to comment if I'm not performing, you know, to a certain standard, but that's just expected. That's, I guess, the slightly negative side of social media, but it's brought me so much more good than bad, which is what's important.
Yeah, that's what I also believe in. It's like this new way of putting yourself in a global scale where more people can see you, in terms of just sending your CV to one person, only one person sees it. But you put yourself out there, a lot of people can just engage with your content, even if they don't like it and have negative comments. There is that one person that will see it and maybe share it on to the next person. And then,
yeah, exactly.
last but not least, thank you, Michaela, again for sharing that. And then we have Mr. Jan, if you have from now, that will also share his story with us.
Hi guys.
Hey,
Yeah. So you were obviously the guys here with the least followers, but you know, with the babies.
Yeah, same
Nana's been
here.
around.
Same here.
Nana's been around for only just a year. I think last month we had a 1 year little anniversary. And just like my colleagues here, not just me alone, joined by a team, and you met one of them in session 1. But yeah, since the session started, I must thank the 35 people who followed us. It's really heartwarming. Yeah, now started as a conversation, kind of like, you know, looking for alternatives to answer the questions of how we create architecture that's not just from client driven. We also, you know, we aim to be a platform that empowers young talents, especially on this continent, being proudly African myself, and still yet to be corrected that I still think we are the only African architecture competition platform to date. So today we stand in a position where we are slowly releasing new competitions with new ideas. We talk to many people pretty much all the time. We like to involve jury members made of diverse ages and professional standings. Yeah, and all are welcome to this platform. I think creativity drives everybody probably joining this call. And yeah, thank you, Barry.
Yeah, no, but yeah, thank you to the 35 people that followed them and following us all at the same time while this is happening. Just maybe, since we're all just trying to have this as like a type of podcast, manner of speaking, just if you guys can give the audience or the people that's watching just a few tips and tricks of, if you guys had to start over today, what like almost like what niches would you guys touch on, and where would you guys start as a student perhaps, or even a profession that want to put themselves out there and just grow the audience? So any of you guys can unmute and go for it.
I'll go first if that's okay. I kind of been prepping some answers beforehand. Thanks for that, Kaylin. So I think the thing, if you were to start now, if I were to start this now, what would I do different? I think what I would do is I'd go through a very lengthy, or maybe a very lengthy wrong word, but like a lengthy process of uncovering all the skills that I have that I might not recognize that I have. You know, for example, when I was in school, I did performance, but I didn't really use it. It kind of didn't do anything for me in my career. And then I also, you know, I can be reasonably eloquent, or I can, you know, express myself verbally very well. And so all of these kind of different skills that I have that I've accumulated or shown that I'm a little bit better than maybe the average, if you put all of those together on a chart and you kind of put them all together, then you might find that in the center is the thing that you should be doing. And that's kind of what happened with me, is that, you know, I recognized that, oh, I can actually talk to a camera, I can share some knowledge, I enjoy teaching, or share, you know, and I can talk to a camera and I can video edit, and all these random skills all together come together to create the format that is Black Sable's page. And so, you know, if I had just done a little bit of thinking, I wouldn't have to waste 5 years trying to, you know, basically nothing happening. And only like last year, we hit 1,000 followers last year, July. So, you know, those 5 years are basically just mucking around in the dark. Whereas if I just had, you know, a bit of a forethought and gone, okay, let me put all these skills together, like what Rowan was saying, like he wanted to create almost like a Pinterest. There was a bit of an intention there, which I didn't have. So that would have been really useful.
Okay, no, thanks. Anyone else want to share the side of things?
No, definitely.
Go for it.
Let me jump in here as well. Yeah, like Jacoba says, it's thinking about how you basically started branding yourself in that space and where you want to find yourself in a few years. It's never too early to start. My thinking was also not to wait until, okay, I need an opinion or I want to give an opinion on architecture, but I need to be an architect to do that. The people that view architecture and experience architecture in most scenarios aren't architects. It's the people that experience the architecture, that live in the buildings, use the buildings, and or drive by the buildings. And getting some background on those items, on those things, was important for me early on. And then the following was just some confidence behind, oh, there's an opinion that I gave online, and people started following that or giving their opinions on that. But I think the entire value of all of architecture was getting something out there and getting an opinion back, and then engaging with an audience you didn't have, and not just a local audience or a local network. Is that I'm engaging with people that I would never have had a conversation with if this didn't exist. Social media allows that and activates that on multiple levels, and focusing on a certain niche, you'll find people. It's like that thing of your 5 closest friends defines you, and why just keep it to 5 in your career if you need to expand and be out there to a much larger audience that might relate to you much better than your local audience and the people around you. And it's not saying that your local network is not important. That's really key, and that the people and the mentorships that you have local direct is what motivated thinking behind the posts, the content, the creation, and engaging. Like later on, we'll just touch on things like the WeVisit and where those things exist. But it's having a thinking of where you want to be and creating that brand for yourself, because you have a skill set already in understanding and decoding things in the creative space. Especially if you're on an architecture degree beyond first year, you've been open to a perspective that a lot of people don't have in terms of design and skill sets that that you're going to engage with. So why not reach out on social media that is that access point to other people and to people that have been in that space for years, and consolidating all those years into just one conversation. It's like a crit with your lecturers, but done to an audience. And there's later on you start filtering, and what engagement is good, what people are telling you is relevant. And on Jacobus's mention of followers, I mean, all of ARC has been losing about 2,000 followers a week for the last year, that we've been filtering just these masses of people that aren't active, and Instagram is busy with that at the moment. So, I mean, if you focus just on numbers and purely what is behind those statistics, that you're going to get caught up in what the company is busy doing on their side versus your content is reaching the right people. So you'll grow after this almost a cleansing part of social media. But any growth is good growth. It's a balance. It's not a zero growth rate, but in any case, that space is focused on the content, the quality of it from the get-go. Don't just post because of a trend. Don't just post because others are interpreting things differently from you. Give that voice, give that educational part of it, but keep the quality. And I think that was important for me from the get-go. Is what are we posting, and what would the meaning be behind it? But engage with it, engage with the people, and build that network.
Yeah.
To help.
Yeah, it's like building a so-called community around it. We'll just hear from Nana, and then we'll go to Michaela.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thought that came to mind, building on what Ruan and Andrew were saying, is that knowing oneself and what you also bring to the table is important. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, there are a lot of people on the call who are still studying or building their careers in the early stages. I think finding alternatives, well, not alternatives, but finding supporting skill sets that bolster you as an individual, I mean, is almost priceless. I mean, Jacob, as you said, you teach martial arts. I mean, I also teach martial arts and do a bunch of other stuff that bring me inspiration back to what I do as an architect. And I think that's priceless. And I mean, Michaela might feel the same in the sense that, like, being in a position like a student, you often open a book. When I was studying, you open some random book and then you have like the world's best epiphanies. That might be about finances, or that might just be about the newspaper or poetry. But yeah, yourself and your brand are so intrinsically connected. It's hard to almost put into words.
Yeah. Now, from all of you guys that's speaking, I can hear you guys have like your own identity within your so-called brands. It's your passion that you guys followed, and then all of the numbers just came along and followed that one pursuit. But Michaela, on to you.
Yeah, adding on to that, I'm obviously speaking from a more student's perspective, but if I were to start over, I think the most important thing is networking and making these connections, especially as a student. I mean, you guys talked about it in the first session, you know, postgraduate employment is not the easiest for everyone. So just making those connections and like learning from other people, gathering these other skill sets that other people in the same field have is super important, and just putting yourself out there. And social media is such a great way to promote yourself and market yourself as an individual. And if you're not putting yourself out there, how are others gonna know of you? You get what I mean? And yeah, I guess it's just marketing yourself as an individual, making connections. And I really wish that I reached out to more people when I first started, because now I've learned my lesson and I know how important that is. But I feel like the more connections you make, and don't be embarrassed to reach out because you don't have a lot of followers, or the other person is at a higher status as you, like, it's really important to just put yourself out there, make yourself known, stand out, and reach out to people in the same field as you, because they will really help you in the future.
No, that's very well said. Thank you, Michaela. And
can I riff on that?
Yeah,
riff on that. What I find fascinating is that a lot of people will kind of send me a DM, and like they're like, "Are you like the content creator, or who is this person? Like, are you the owner?" And it's, yes, I'm the owner, but also the content creator. But at the same time, I'm the one answering those DMs. So if you reach out, like, I respond, and the connection that you can create is
I can confirm that.
Yeah, even me, I'm going to vouch for that, because Jacobus, when trying to arrange a setting, it was myself. So I do have a social media manager, but at times I also engage myself, and you're very responsive, and Jacobus was just like, guys, fire, we got to talk about this stuff. And just on that, there's a very personal level of engagement, and something I wanted to ask as well, just on that point. Is it more an expansion of yourself that is happening? And if it is an expansion of yourself, is it not then maybe a little bit more of a self-fulfilling ideology, that you're getting confirmation that what you're doing is helpful, as opposed to using it as a means to an end? And if it is used as a means to an end, is it successful, and who's it successful with? In summary, I'm asking you guys, like, is there any benefit really to having it, or is it just something that it creates a false illusion? And I'm trying to understand this in the general realm of social media, but I think you guys have a lot more insight. Jacobus, you were going to answer. Can you go for it?
Just my headphones did this weird thing, so I missed a critical piece of information. So maybe Michaela or Ruan can go first. And I'm not making that up, okay?
Yeah, let me then just interject there with and repeat maybe the question. What value that these followers have, beyond just being smoke and mirrors. No, it's overwhelming I think, past a certain point. I think if you're not working with 100 people, you're working with thousands of people, and 1,000 messages a week starts becoming almost unmanageable at a point. So sorry if I haven't answered too many. It filters automatically, and then DM my personal account. Don't overwhelm that account. But I've closed a few things down, because of just social media can be overwhelming in that sense. But the value that it gave in connections and monetary value when studying was something I could never have planned. From hosting competitions like photography competitions, working with Fernando Guerra, these amazing photographers all over, judging panels, and where you have fee entries or none, and students, and not really competition spaces like now, but many ways of monetizing content that had value as a give and take scenario, and then working with brands. But the opportunities and the unlocking of the value for me while studying, and I mean, it's a bad space for many people, was the COVID period, but it was my best time in terms of being isolated and having this following to engage with. I could sustain myself as a student. I could pay my student loans. I could pay my rent. I could pay a lot of things from having a social media space with brands that had to reach out to people, but also for the creative space of thinking what is this social media space and where does it need to go? And all of architecture now stepping into a space where it's becoming an architectural studio, a design studio, all those type of items as a future plan. You've built an audience, how engaging it to a value space where a lot of meetings that I've gone into, people saying I've engaged with all of architecture way before it's a meeting about marketing, a meeting about architecture, design, collaborating with a lot of architects surrounding that. But it's something representing you before you have to speak. And that's really a value point for me in having a page, having followers, beyond the monetary side of it. But there are benefits to a point where it should just not become overwhelming. But it's also, for me, it was unplanned. I don't know really, when we hit a few 100,000 followers, how do you manage this? There's no template that you can go out as a student, young person in this field. What do you do with your following? How do you create value with it? Do you just post pictures and move forward? So there's a lot of things that that had value and was shown to only came into light once those activations happened, because there was no real comparison that I could make to fellow students and saying, well, I just spoke with these architects overseas and they gave me these insights in terms of this project. I mean, sending a DM to people, the following just gave me access to a lot of people in that sense.
Absolutely.
You're perceived.
Yeah.
It's like a verification tick. You don't really need that if there's a following, or I personally won't buy the verification item, but it does filter you through a lot of things. So it, again, beyond monetary, was that access thing. It's the amount of people that you can engage with, and also the people that engage with you without asking, had such a value for me. And then that motivates your content and what you want to do. And especially as a student, it opened so many doors and perspectives that I would not have had access to otherwise.
No, thank you. And I think now that you said that, maybe Jacobus finally has an answer to that one. And then I have something.
I'd love to hear Michaela's take on this as well, just FYI. But yeah.
So I could definitely
go for
sorry.
it.
I could definitely vouch for that as a student. I mean, I've only in the past year, I'd say less than a year, have really started seeing the benefits of putting myself out there on social media. Like, the opportunities that you get are just insane. And I could never see myself doing what I'm doing a year ago. Like, yeah, I think marketing is such a big thing in the world right now, and social media is the main form of marketing. So people will try and use your platform as well, which is just, again, putting yourself out there, marketing yourself. And I've said a lot of yeses to opportunities, and that's given me, I guess, so much insight, and it's taught me a lot as well, because a lot of the things you're not going to learn at university. University is somewhat limited in a lot of ways, but saying yes to these opportunities and, interacting with people who are, more ahead of you in the career line, it will teach you a lot, and, it will give you a lot of insight. For sure. So I can definitely vouch for that. And yes, I guess the monetary compensation is definitely helpful as a student, but I don't think any of us did it for that reason. Like, again, for me, it also happened kind of spontaneously. I just enjoyed creating content, and I guess that creative outlet, it was more of a creative outlet for me, and people seem to enjoy that and enjoy, my reality of my life as an architecture student. So yeah, I don't think people do it for monetary reasons. People do it because they definitely enjoy it. And if you enjoy it, then you're going to do well at it as well. And people are going to notice that about you. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree with that 100%. I feel like we all, that's here, and as architects, we're quite creative. So this is quite a creative space as well to do your content in different ways. Like the one was mentioned, you don't have to follow the trend. You can do your own thing because we're all creative, and do your
Yeah,
own thing.
exactly.
People
And
will
with
eventually start
university,
following your way. Yeah.
with university, I feel like your creation or your creativity can be very limited or structured to a certain module or to your curriculum. And social media was just like a different way of, being creative and doing my work. I started with doing my drawings and filming my drawings. And I think that was like one of the first videos that did quite well. So, it's a more free and free way of, showing your creativity or conducting your creativity.
No, definitely. Yes. I agree 100% with that. Jacobus,
So,
do you guys
yes,
are now?
Okay. I'm gonna get in here. Okay, cool. So thanks for answering that, Akil, because I was still like, is this actually like what is the actual question here? So okay, I got it now. Okay. So I think the question is, does it make a real impact? It makes a massive impact. But the impact is not as quantifiable as like, oh, I've got a big paycheck at the end of my month. That's not the reality. The impact is more that when I say something, I know it has meaning and has value, and people will listen to what I have to say. And so it means that I move through the world in a different way. I feel a lot more confident and comfortable who I am as a person, being able to kind of share my perspective on things. I also want to say that the reason I am able to respond and be available as I am, like Akil, I immediately responded to that message, is because I have an amazing team that manages the architectural side of the projects significantly, that my input is much more oversight role than actually sitting in the trenches making things happen. The three of us, or the four of us, like they're super important to me being able to do what I do. And if it wasn't for them, then this wouldn't be possible. So with their help, I'm able to dedicate as much time and energy as I am into making sure that this thing does kind of do what it needs to do. It also means that I think, like Michaela was saying, like Andrew and as well, like reaching out to, if I were to say, send a message, I'm going to, I don't know, wherever in the world, and I want to go have a meeting with someone from, for argument's sake, Soota. I'd message, Stefan Anthony, be like, hey, listen, do you want to meet up for a coffee? The likelihood of him saying yes is significantly higher because I have a following. And so, yes, there's definite impact. And I will do it because I have a following. I wouldn't do it if I had, less than 500 followers. I'd be like, he wouldn't respond to me. But now I'm like, yeah, I've got something to say, and he's got something to listen to, So I think that
me and Akil are both laughing because we know the answer to that.
I'm sure it's probably no, but maybe it's a bad example. Not him.
If Stefan is here, Stefan, you're welcome to contribute.
Please do. Thank you.
But no, I want to add to that, guys. I'm going to have to be a little bit of a police here. On time, we are at the 45-minute mark that we were supposed to have had, and we got a little bit more. And I don't want to cut off Mayank or any parts of the conversation, but there's some significant portions we still need to discuss, talking about impact, which would go into Kaylin's next guest that he would speak about. But I think maybe Mayank as well, if you'd like to comment on that, because I think yourself and the Architecture Sisterhood share some values in terms of the impact you are making in Cape Town, or maybe I'm wrong in saying that. So you guys are welcome to go for it.
And just before you go, Mayank, I think also I just want to say, if there's students in here, just to illustrate impact and starting small, it's also in hindsight very interesting to see, because I mean, I probably got to UCT maybe 3 years later after you, but there were still archives of some of the stuff that you guys did. And at the time, obviously architecture wasn't like mainstream on Instagram as far as students sharing their stuff, but you guys had booklets, you guys did exhibitions, these escapes, things. So I think it's interesting to see the pivot from that buzz happening on campus and how that is being democratized on social media. So even for the students that are here, or young professionals that are here, within the university space, like activate your campuses on architecture, on student life. And by so doing that, it then trains you to be able to then take that to even more people on social media. Nothing stops this social media buzz from happening within the campus or within the studio, because it's interesting to see how you, Mayank, have a whole trail of all of that stuff still at UCT. So I think that's also interesting.
Yeah, it sounds like there's a nice fire alarm going on your side.
Yeah, I don't know where that happened. Is that yours?
good track. Yeah, I mean, look, I think social media is definitely a tool, and I think it's you know, how you want to you know, how you want to cast that for yourselves is it holds so much potential. But you know, building on what Akil was saying in terms of, you know, impact, I think, you know, when I was at university, I used to always help my fellow students, my fellow colleagues, and I probably learned, there's some of them on the call, like I probably learned more from them than I did from anybody else. And I can speak to now in the sense that, like, you know, when I was a student and I applied to competitions, even nowadays, like we're seeing people using AI and stuff to apply. It's incredible to see how much that can improve somebody by pushing your thought to a certain place. And I think that extends also more into, you know, what we just spoke about now in terms of social media. If you push yourself into the school of thought of, you know, be it monetization, be it reach, be it, you know, I want to communicate with people in South Korea or Angola or somewhere, then it's definitely a platform that allows you to do that. In Cape Town, you know, we've been engaging a lot with like the tertiary universities, you know, and watching some students that I've met since first year go through undergrad, go through postgrad, seeing like an entry come into my mail, it's incredible to see how somebody can propel themselves like that. And I'm sure all of us have been in that space before. Yeah, it's incredible.
I think Dieudonné is going for it.
Yeah,
Kaden?
I just want to add something on yeah, with regards to, like, I heard impact and I had to join. So, and yeah, so I think like Mayank has been very, very modest, and like into because like what we saw like from the beginning is that like the topics of the briefs were as well, like as we about to discuss later, like tough talks about like the pavilion. That was the first competition we did, like of promoting Formula E. It was a hot topic at the moment, and then there was so many divergent and opinions on that. And now we're tackling the future Khayelitsha, like on Spine Road. And the people that we're partnering with, the people that we have on the jury, the people that enter the competition as students, lecturers, practitioners. When you put all of that information together, you build up a portfolio of what people are thinking, what they want to address, they wishful thinking, like expressing graphics, and you can base an argument, you can do the case, you can base your argument on that, and that's beautiful. And now extending, like going beyond the borders of South Africa, that's an exclusive, but like we're working on a competition to be launched soon in Nigeria with amazing partners as well, and focusing on adaptive reuse, and just ties in with what Sechaba and mentioned earlier about like how do we approach African architecture, and adaptive reuse is an essential part of it. So it has a great impact, and we just need to find ways of measuring that impact and find the indicators, those key performance indicators to build a case on that. So yeah, but it's exactly, yeah, but the coolest part is definitely what Mayank said, like the interaction with the students, seeing your lecturers submitting to the competition, the professionals that you look up to, studios that you look up to submitting to the competition. Not because you're going to analyze and, oh, there's a hierarchy there, no, but because we all want to convey our ideas in a creative and freely manner. So that's beautiful.
Yeah, like you said also, that with regard to that is, just because you guys don't have the following doesn't mean you guys also have a voice and have these people engaging with the content. But just with that being said, with regards to just making an impact on the world of architecture, there's a lot of people probably in this chat as well that feel like, or a lot of females that feel like their voices aren't heard within the space of architecture, and it's mostly dominated by men that's in the field. And like the topics we mentioned about earnings and getting employed, most of those females feel like there's only men getting employed, only men getting the higher so-called salaries and all those things. So for that, there is actually a special or a new I'm not sure if it's new, I'm speaking under prediction, association which is called the Sisterhood, which are dedicated to female architects within, I think, South Africa. And Kaylee did drop the link in the chat for you guys. You guys can join. It's like a network of females with empower females within the workplace, empower you to get work, empower you to just how to go about getting work, how to put yourself ahead of so-called a male in the industry. And yeah, I'm not sure. Kaylee, are you there? Are you able to speak? I'm not sure. Akil, maybe assist.
I'm trying to just see if Katie is around there, and I think Brenda's getting into trying to get into there to have a few words. Whilst that's going on, I just want to mention to all of the guests that are here that I'm quite appreciative of the insights that you've brought. And as we are drawing a bit closer to the end, there's a few things I'd like the audience to hold on to. Recall the primary reason for some of these discussions is, can we look at alternate ways in architecture of practicing? Can we use this promotion of yourself, the self-promotion almost, to try to get a greater following, like or potentially new clients or other avenues of work? At the same time, Jacobus mentioned it so beautifully. He says, I move differently through the world. And just like what was expressed with Mayank and what was expressed will be expressed with Kaylee, it's, you now have also a greater reach of people and the potential to have a difference in a different way. Many architecture designers have some sort of, in my opinion, a social justice complex, which is more catered towards, it's okay, I'll get compensated very little, provided that I have a good home for somebody, or I have a good urban streetscape, which I don't find a problem with. However, with that being said, there's a different way now to reach an audience, and there's a potential for you to monetize it either through partnerships, through the views on the channel if you're constantly posting. And I think those are probably conversations that will be taken up. But on that is moving into the latter segments, the tough talks about that will begin to come in now. It's like, okay, is it actually a viable path? Because I'm working every day, I'm grinding every day, I'm hustling every day. Am I getting anything out of it? Is the impact that I'm trying to make actually correlated to the number of followers that I have? Or is it more that if I only had fewer of people who are really interested, that I'd make a great impact? It also comes in with the number of dynamics that go with that too, social dynamics. But Caden, over to you if Kaylee is back.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Akil. I just want to see if Kaylee is actually here to give her voice on the organization.
What would you say on that, Akil? That is a badass comment.
Yeah, Akil is
absolutely. Yeah.
Which one?
All of them.
They sounded pretty mediocre to me.
No, this idea that do you need 850,000 followers? No offense, Ron. Or do you need 10? You know, do you want 10 highly effective super fans, or do you need just this massive behemoth of very generic average followers? And I think if the questions are on impact, you probably want the 10.
Yeah, it's a possibility.
But you don't know, right? It's impossible to know.
You don't know. Yeah.
Yeah. Because in that 860, there's probably those 10 badasses that you want.
For more like these heated conversations, please go to Tough Talks where these things will be discussed, and we'll have people like this to, speak on these.
You did say podcasting style though.
Just
You're ready.
Guys, we'll have to wrap up on this end now, and Kaden, go. I don't think so. I think we'll have to move on.
Okay, if we'll have to move on, then I'll move on to Tuto, who will speak on the VAs, which are the voluntary associations, which are also ways of connecting people and creating communities around architecture.
Kaylee is here. Can whoever's running the SACAP account just unmute Kaylee, because she's on the attendees thing, and then she'll be able to speak. It's Kaylee.
I think there's Munetsi. Yeah,
I do think she does bring a lot of value with regards to what she has to say.
Yo, she got us in suspense here, hey?
Yes.
Yeah. Just to make it easier, if you can hear us, Kaylee, you can raise your hand so it makes it easier for him to know who to unmute. Otherwise, they're gonna use the other Kaylee.
That is a few.
There's a little case, yeah.
Oh. Munetsi. Okay, cool.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, everybody. Hello. How are you doing?
Hey, Kaylee. Thank you for joining.
Hey, Kaylee.
She's gone. Kaylee?
Okay, with us?
Kaylee.
Ah.
Haley must just do the vote of thanks at this point.
Yeah, but
Close it.
maybe just because
I'll just thank everybody for their contribution for the day and what a great job everybody did.
Here we go.
There you are, Kaylee.
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, do you wanna maybe just elaborate a bit
Speak
more?
on Hockey Sisterhood.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so those that know of us, we are a mentorship program for young women in the profession. And what we concentrate on is exactly everything you spoke about, because it's one thing to mentor somebody about, how to draw a detail and how to draw a right thing, but it's a different thing to help people reach a work-life balance. There's a life outside that you also want to maintain. You want a good salary, you want a good home, you want a family, you have people you need to take care of. And that is what we are aiming to be available to the younger women coming up, how to be sustainable, how to be good at your job, but also being able to manage your life outside the job. Also thinking of things like mental health, toxic work environments, the pressures of just staying in this. And also we want to branch out further as to what does it mean when we start talking about an architectural economy. We as a more mature generation, when we leave, there must be an architectural economy in place for our younger generations to come up. Because if there's nothing in place, then our profession will just die a slow death. And it would be because we didn't pay attention to it. So that's why we are there. We are, like I said, knowledge that we are just passing down, and whoever wants to join us, we on social media. Our handle is ArcSisterhood. Please join us. We are very informal way of doing things, and we're happy to help, and great session to everybody.
Thank you, Kaylee.
Thank you. Tutu, you're more than welcome to take it further from here. And just share with him the VAs, please.
Yeah, I think it's Yasmin next.
Okay.
Hi guys, I'm just checking if Yasmin is in. Yasmin, are you in? I think we're having some connectivity issues. It's probably the rain.
No, I'm in. Can you hear me?
Oh, great. Yasmin. Assalamu alaikum, Yasmin. Are you well?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm well. How are you
Yasmin,
guys?
you do you have the presentation on your side, or should we share it?
No, I have it my side. I can share it.
Okay. Cool.
Okay.
Before Yasmin goes, guys, Yasmin, very quickly, for myself to explain this next segment. The next segment is ready for the students and for the professionals and the candidates that are here. Yasmin has been a presenter for the SACA PPE exam earlier this year. She's also a senior architectural technologist, a professional senior architectural technologist, who has been around for some 11 years in the field. Peeps, 11 years she's been making things happen in the field.
I sound very old. So I had to wear a scarf to cover all my gray hair. So just so you know.
11, but in those 11 years, Yasmin was lecturing. Yasmin practiced extensively, especially on the construction side, managing contracts in the JBCC. And now she's going to give us a little bit of an overview, just so everyone can understand who's here. What is it that is expected of you, of a candidate, of a student, of a professional, and how those pathways work? And I think it's particularly important for the students that are here to say, if you really want to make that change, and like Jacobus and Ruan and everyone that's here, they're suggesting, you can build yourself up. If you don't have a community of other professionals, of other candidates, it's going to be a real struggle for you in this world to navigate this world alone. The great thing about the social media space is that we have these networks around. So I think what Yasmin is most likely going to imprint onto your mind is that the community that you form through being part of a registered place is not just a community that has some sort of engagement with each other, but it's also a community that can grow. Yasmin, over to you. I think maybe just zoom in a little bit more, Yasmin, so it's a little bit more legible. It's a little bit hard to see.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. That's great. All right, over to you, Yasmin.
Okay, before I start, just thank you guys. It was such an honor actually to be part of this and to get to know so many of you, which before I didn't. So it's really an amazing opportunity that SACAP has actually put forward and to connect us all, because as architects, we tend to like isolate ourselves and be in our own little bubbles or communities. And this year it has actually opened up so many more doorways and opportunities for us to actually grow. And the whole vision, I think, for architecture going forward is for growth. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it short and brief because I know we're running out of time. So for all the prospective architects, technologists, draftsperson, I'm going to just show you a quick overview of how we can actually climb up the ladder to be where we all want to be one day as an architect. Well, depending on your own profile or personality, where you want to see yourself. So we're going to start off from the bottom. And actually, I think the bottom is a very, very critical and fundamental part of architecture, which I think a lot of people, I would say, bypass. And that is the national certificate. So for your draftsmen, I think they have the ins and outs of the building, the construction, of the technical drawing. They really delved into it. So I think for all draftsmen out there, if you want to climb up the ladder and be an architect, by all means, you have the capabilities of doing it. It doesn't matter where you start on this grid line, it's as long as you achieve what you want to do in the end. So let me get to the first part of your studying. So you finish your high school. Some students will go into doing a certificate that is at a technical college, or others will go into a university or University of Technology, where they can get their national diploma, which will give them a NQF level 6. The national certificate, you'll get an NQF level 5. If they study further for a bachelor's or accredited BTech or advanced diploma, they end up with an NQF level 7. If they carry on further to study more, you can get your honors with the NQF level 8, and then you can do your master's or accredited MTech with the NQF level 9. So you can see these are highlighted in slightly different colors because it's going to show you your pathway of how you're going to be practicing in your practice. So a national certificate will give you a choice of being a candidate architectural draftsperson. In order to become a professional, you're going to have to go through 36 months of internship. You're going to have to be doing your monthly training records, as well as you're going to be writing your professional practice examination, level 1. So that's only paper 1. And once you have completed all 3 of these points, you will be able to register as a professional architectural draftsperson, and that will allow you to start submitting to council and to professionally practice your field in low complexity buildings according to the identification of work issued by SACAP. The next you'll have is your national diploma, that's your NQF level 6. This will give you an opportunity to register as a candidate architectural technologist. Once you go through your 24 months of internship, you are doing your monthly training records during that time. You have to then write the level 2. So this level 2 of the professional practice examination is your paper 1 and paper 2. Then you'll be able to register as a professional architectural technologist. And as a professional architectural technologist, you will be able to do that work of a draftsman as well as some medium complexity work as well, according to the IDOW. Then NQF level 7 gives you a bachelor's accredited BTech. And this, both of these, bachelor's architectural studies, architectural BTech degree, advanced diploma, as well as if you are on an NQF level 8 of bachelor's of architecture with the honors, will give you the ability to register as a senior architectural technologist. And basically, once you have reached any of senior architectural technologists, or architect, you're going to have to be writing both papers 1 and 2. And that gives you the opportunity then to register as a senior. And as a senior, you'll be able to do medium, low, as well as some high complexity according to your IDOW. Remember, even if you want to do some work of an architect, you can apply through to SACAP for special consent, and in that way they can check your profile, they can see the type of work you are doing, and in some cases you can actually do certain work of what an architect has been accredited to do. And then you have your master's in architecture. That's where I think a lot of us want to end up being as an architect. And again, you have to go through the same process of your monthly training records, your paper 1 and 2. You are then registered as a professional architect, and you can do any of the complexities, low, medium, or high. Yeah, so that's just a quicker overview of this. Akil, anything else? Back to you.
No, Yasmin, thank you very much for that overview and for giving a succinct summary. I know we are running quite short on time, so Yasmin has had to condense or compress the information. But what is provided here to everyone, for those who are staying until the end, you're getting a little bit of a booklet which gets all of these files and folders and presentations in one space that you can get linked on or get the links on. And for those who have registered via SACAP, you'll also be getting these documents with CYBID. But we'll talk about that in voluntary associations now, because really what we have to do before we conclude is talk about what are the channels and the avenues through which we can find these solutions and make it happen and measure them by. Tuto, Dieudonné, Kaylin, we'll talk a little bit more about those and really give us some sort of a timeline. So if we are coming back here next year at the same time, are we going to say we did nothing, or will there have been some change that's been made? So Yasmin, thank you very much. It's much appreciated for your time. The links, guys, that are here, or everyone's in the call, there are links to all of this. You can hover over it and you'll see, if you click on the link on the PDF document, it'll take you to SACAP's site to show you how to do each of these steps. And I think this will be pretty good content for us to have on the socials. But Kaylin, Dieudonné, Tuto, it's off to you on the VA portion to talk about the segments. Go through.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Pleasure.
Bye.
Just with regard to that, Jaco was also saying the link to the Discord. We can all build a community of architects, share our ideas and things on the. You did send me the link. I'll send the link to you, Akil, and then you can promote that through the chat.
Yeah. Just make sure that you're successful in sharing the link, because I see our chat is different to the main chat.
Yeah.
So just make sure you put in the correct chat, Akil, in terms of all of the forms. And then again, just for SACAP, and I know they might be noting this, but there's a couple of advice being sought around what we just presented now with regards to qualifications that are, so if you guys can take that up, that would also be amazing. I see you guys have been noting all of that. But at this point, I think we'll share the screen with the voluntary association slide.
Okay, cool. I think I will get in order here to share over. Can you guys see my screen?
It's coming. Still waiting.
Now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Great. It's time to wrap up. I'm starting to yawn also, yeah. Thanks to everyone, to all 850 of you guys who are still here. But essentially, what we're saying is we've spoken today and we've discussed